Will the aldermen please take their seats? Got to get this meeting started on time. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023-2024 Board of Aldermen Budget Deliberations. Today is Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. And we are continuing the department presentation portion of the 2023-2024 Aldermanic budget process. Will everyone please stand up and join me as we pledge allegiance and salute our flag, and remain standing for a moment of silence in memory of Pat Austin, a longtime City of Milford employee who recently passed. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Madam Secretary, will you please take the roll?
Alderman Archiola.
Present.
Alderman Beatty.
Alderman Beatty is going to be a little bit late, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. Alderman Brewster.
Present.
Alderman Casey.
Here.
Alderman Gurman.
Here.
Alderman Genentasio.
Here.
Alderman Harlow.
Alderman Harlow would like to get excused, Madam Secretary.
Alderman Marlowe.
Madam Secretary, Alderman Marlowe will be late.
Thank you. Alderman Moffett.
Here.
Alderman Morenin.
Here.
Alderman Pacelli. Alderman Parente.
Present.
Alderman Vitro. Alderman Vitale. Alderman Willis.
Here.
12 are present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We do have a quorum. Is there a motion to come out of recess? Motion is made and seconded to come out of recess. All in favor? Opposed? We're out of recess. First department on our agenda this evening is the Recreation Department, page 82. Mr. Bill Garfield.
Hello, everyone. Our increases this year, I believe, are very modest. We only have 2 increases across the board, one in our fee-paid officials account and one in our electricity account. Both are obviously very necessary, hence the reason we asked for them. And hopefully you guys will agree that we need this to carry on and continue to do what we've been doing in the past with recreation throughout the city.
Alderman Genentasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. Through you to Mr. Garfield. Mr. Garfield, most recently the mayor sent out a memo to all the department heads that there's currently a hiring freeze. Can you just let us know how that's going to affect the recreation department now that it's springtime and we have a lot of activities across the city? Can you just give us your update on that?
With the hiring freeze in the email, it did say that he will take under consideration any seasonal temps, and that's our biggest ask for this summer with our playground programs, our basketball leagues outdoors, and everything else. So seasonal temps, I think, will be hopefully handled a little bit differently than any full-time positions. Obviously, in recent weeks, tragic events have occurred, and we're kind of in a position I never thought we'd be in, but we do have a newly created hole in our office that our guys are working through right now, and I really haven't given it any thought past that at this point.
Just to follow up through you, Mr. Chairman, has your present need for seasonal temps, has that been, have you requested that, and have you heard back from the mayor whether he will move forward?
Haven't requested it yet. The last couple of weeks, we've just started interviewing for positions, and quite honestly, we're all kind of just wrapping our heads around the accident that occurred and everything we've been going through in the last 2 weeks. So we haven't even thought about it. I imagine the request will be pretty much the same as last year.
And how many positions would that be?
Approximately 70 positions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garfield. I appreciate you answering the questions.
Alderman Casey.
Thank you. So you noted, like, you asked for $25,000 with electricity, and the Board of Finance only gave you $20,000. So to explain what the electricity is for, like, you know, to explain for the courts, or, like, you know, what's the story about that?
Yeah, the electricity costs have just skyrocketed, as we all know, and we're feeling it. Our seasons are all getting longer. That's the curse of having beautiful turf fields, is we can play longer. So with that, our electric budget it's gone up significantly. I'm actually, this year, right now, I'm at almost $34,000 already, with a couple months to go. So any help is appreciated. I know it's tough times, and I know we're all squeezing, so we'll do our part as well. But any increases to that and help with that request obviously helps that bigger number.
So that's strictly for the outdoors electricity for events, like, you know, not events, but, you know, turfs in tennis courts and stuff like
Yep.
that? Okay.
Tennis,
So-
pickleball, turf fields, everything we light up, and we use 7 days a week.
So how do you propose to deal with it? Like, you will cut the hours that the electricity is provided, or how do you plan to deal with it?
Yeah, we have cut back a little bit. We've, this year, we released a light schedule for the pickleball and tennis community, when we'll turn the lights on and off for an off season. Last year, they're a very passionate group, and they played right through, but they all understand and appreciate what we're going through. So we've got a couple winter windows where we're going to keep the lights off and hopefully take a little break.
Thank you.
Alderman Parente.
Thank you. Chairman, through you, good evening, and so sorry for the loss to your department and
Thank
to our community. I know it's been a really difficult time. Can you tell us about your participation with the ARPA funding and the different programs that are being funded through ARPA, just to give us a summary of that? With the summer, I think the playground program,
Yeah,
some
so-
baseball fencing, things
Yep,
like that.
so we have some ARPA money that we use towards some of our payroll, which has really kept us afloat with the wage increases and helped us get through the last couple summers, and will help us get through the next couple. Primarily used during the summer playground program, which is our 6-week. It's 40 hours a week, for lack of a better term, daycare, but it's very popular. We have about 300 kids, sometimes as many as 400, depending on the week. I know right now we're probably at about 85% across the board capacity. We also have Camp Happiness, which I'm sure everybody's familiar with, that continues to grow and get bigger and bigger. So the ARPA money certainly helps us there make payroll.
And then through you, Chairman, how about the baseball and softball safety fencing? Is that part of your department?
The new fencing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that new fencing, we kind of squirreled money away for that over some time, and it's my hope that we can replace sort of the mesh fencing that you see around town with the newer fence. We installed, or Public Works has installed the new fence over at Washington Field, which looks great. And I'm happy to announce that the second fence was delivered today. So it's at Public Works, and that's going to go over at the Milford Academy baseball field. So those will be our 2 fields this year, and then hopefully next year I can tackle another 1 or 2.
Thank you.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Good evening, Bill. Just for some information, seasonal temp. There's $380,000 for that account. Am I correct in seeing that? And you said 70 positions?
No, that's just the summer. That's just coming up with the summer. We've got basketball leagues that run probably about 9 months out of the year.
So that's for the entire...
That's for the entire year.
So it's not beach, just summertime?
No,
okay.
I didn't.
Okay. My colleague, Alderwoman Parente, indicated the ARPA funds, but ARPA funds the criteria seem to be extremely loose as far as what you can make of it, it might not be that as loose as I think they are, but whatever funds they can be used for. Electricity, simple. You've got to pay now, you pay later. So your budget is only $20,000. So you're going to come back on lights. You're going to, we go through, I've seen lights on fields way after, I think, activities have ended in the past. And I've always asked about it, and the answer that I got was that it was an insignificant cost to keep them on or shut them off at that particular point in time. I don't know if that's true or not, if insignificant, so you might as well keep it on. I don't know.
Anymore.
I don't know that. But so what happens? Who pays the bills? Where's the money going to come from if you exceed 20,000?
It will come out of our budget and our accounts. We run programs where there's fees deposited in our accounts that we can use to pay things like that. So
is it going to have a domino effect? Is there going to be less time spent on fields, increase in dues, or
No.
Because we'll get a bunch of people coming to us and telling us that, we can't play because you shut the lights off.
If we let the pickleball people down, they'll come. No, we think we've strengthened the relationship with them. I'm sure you all know we just added 6 new courts for that community, so they're very happy, and those are lighted courts, so those are 6 more spots where they can play until 10 o'clock at night. Fowler Field.
You just made a tennis court into a couple courts?
2 tennis courts and a 6 pickleball.
Good. Thank you, Bill. You do a fantastic job, and thank you for the work you do.
Thanks.
How we doing for lifeguards?
We're drowning. That was my joke for you. It's not going very well. Lifeguards, as I'm sure you guys saw the story on the news the other day with the mayor, and there's a shortage everywhere. We're in trouble.
What are we paying lifeguards today?
We pay between minimum wage and 22 is probably our highest.
Thank you. Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Bill. First of all, my condolences as well for the tragic passing of Pat. Can you just touch on a couple of the highlight all, not all your programs, but you do a lot of programs that people might not be aware of, and some of the really popular ones that are growing a lot, as like pickleball and some of these other things. Can you just touch on a few of those things for us?
Sure. We'll start with pickleball. That community is right now over 400 registered permit holders. I checked that today. Our softball league, which started Monday, we have over 1,000 registered participants in that, so that's grown significantly from even last year. I said the summer playground program is usually between 300 and 400 children. Camp Happiness is growing and probably peaks out at about 50. We just are continuing to build our MAPS, Milford Adaptive Programs, and those are selling out. Every class seems more and more popular. They're doing a wonderful job. And that's another special needs activity. And then we have our, a couple adult exercise classes and soccer classes, things like that all sell out across the board. Our tennis and pickleball lessons are always sold out, usually between 8 and 20 people, depending on how many courts and instructors we bring in. So we're running pretty hot, and our Learn to Swim is also has been sold out for 2 straight years. We haven't had an empty seat there. So it's a popular time to be recreating.
That's great, thank you.
And I have one.
Alderman Beatty.
Yes, good evening, and thank you. I'd like to circle back to the lifeguards. I spoke with you and Patrick last year about it, and I know it's a national problem. There were problems about lifeguards using their cell phones while on duty. It was, there were a lot of reasons to that factored into the situation that we're in. But at that time, we talked about forming some kind of a committee to benchmark with other towns to try and solve it as a problem, either with graded increases that were substantial or some type of strategic plan. And at that time, the rumor came to me from a constituent who had a daughter as a lifeguard that there was some sense that the trend was just to let the problem lie, and then eventually you would have beaches with no lifeguards on duty, and we would have that kind of protected liability, and that there wasn't much effort to put into reestablishing the lifeguards. And that's when we talked about the committee. And I wonder if there's any truth to that anecdotal rumor. That would be sad. I would like to think, I think it's a little seedy for Milford not to have lifeguards on all the beaches. We're a robust town. So if there's any truth to that, and if we could help in any way to see about a committee to look into benchmarking how you might reestablish a vibrant lifeguard team for Milford.
I'm open to suggestions. That rumor or story that woman said is not true. We have been advertising hard for lifeguards and trying. We've called surrounding towns. They're in the same boat. Maybe two summers ago, we were trying to get kind of a partnership with West Haven where we could share lifeguards, and they didn't have enough to do it. It's everywhere. We talk a lot with Orange. They're having a hard time. The state just announced they're at 50%, so they're hurting across. I mean, it's bad, and I don't know what the answer is to recruit or create. I just think it's a for whatever reason it's a dying career. I don't know. I don't know how to spark it.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Beatty. 2-3 years ago, we changed the way that we manage our beaches, especially Gulf Beach and Walnut Beach specifically, which is our most well-attended beaches. In addition to having lifeguards, which we've traditionally had, we also brought on beach rangers and beach captains. A beach like Silver Sand State Park, you absolutely critically need a lifeguard because there are dangers inherent to that beach, specifically the tombolo. with the disappearing, reappearing sandbar, unless you have a lot of local knowledge and you have a good sense of the tides in the area and you're a good swimmer, it is a danger because there is so much undertow. The currents around that sandbar are wild, and you really do need to have lifeguards available in Silver Sands Beach in order to make that area safe because of those currents, because of the undertow, because of the unfamiliar tides surrounding that attractive nuisance. However, the other beaches, the most significant issues that we've always had since I was a kid and I was a lifeguard is preventative lifeguarding and making sure that some of the medical needs, stub toes, jellyfish stings, you cut your foot on a clamshell, those type of things, the beach rangers and the beach captains with first aid training are able to accomplish. Those are some of the significant things we see at the beaches in addition to crowd management. We obviously have our police department as well as members of our recreation department as well as our public works department to make sure the facilities are maintained. So we have changed the way that we manage our beaches to some degree. Lifeguards are still important at Gulf and Walnut especially. However, just as important are some of the new personnel that we've brought on. We've put a lot of resources into our beaches, especially Gulf and Walnut.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was getting to that point too with lifeguards, and I had that experience years ago. I was a lifeguard at the beach, which is probably the most difficult thing to guard. I'd rather guard a pool than a beach. But the point is, what do? Do we close the beaches down? Do we swim at our own risk? If we don't have enough lifeguards, and I think you might have hit all the swim teams in town, and whatever that's exhausted. So what is the bottom line? What do we do? What do we do?
I personally think the beaches can still run. I think the mayor hit on some of the things we are doing to keep our beaches safe and managed and keep eyes out. The beach captains, for an example, I mean, their role is to stay mobile and keep their eyes out.
Are they Red Cross certified as lifeguards?
We're trying to get them all there. We're getting there. It's a work in progress as we create these jobs and try to keep these people.
All the management you have doesn't preclude the fact that you need a lifeguard. Who's going to go out there 20 yards out and whatever, and your best bet is never to let individuals get out that far and keep maintenance, or keep preventative issues ready to go. But again, if we don't have the safety and we don't have the personnel to cover the beaches, I think we're in dire straits. I mean, is there a contingency plan to say, can we do that? Close the beach down and you swim at your own risk? I don't know what that liability is, but if we can't cover, we can't cover.
I do know more and more beaches are going without lifeguards, and it's swim at your own risk. And it's just for that reason.
I don't even ever think you can ever get out of that liability of swim at your own risk, whether they swim or not, If they go in the water, it's, can't put a fence up. So I think we're taking on a great deal of liability by doing that. But again, we can't find them. We have to come up with some kind of plan. So, thank you.
Alderman Willis.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro, through you to Bill. That was not too reassuring to hear that the lifeguards are on their phone and all that. How is that being, how are they fixing that problem? Because that is alarming to hear.
It's very alarming. I mean, we have these new, not new anymore, but the beach captains who are adults, who we count on a little more to keep eyes and ears open to that, and it's cut down on it. It has gotten better from that year where we did have a lot of problems with the cell phones. It's a problem everywhere. It's not just on the beaches. Every job nowadays with the teenage population, it seems their phones are always out and always taking attention away. So we keep fighting it, and we keep trying to do everything we can to encourage no use, or at least very limited use. Come off the beach. If you have to use it, leave your partner on the stand. But it's a battle every summer.
Alderman Archiola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Garfield. Hi, how you doing? I actually reached out to you about a subject at the end of last summer, switching gears off of the lifeguard issue. Last year, I spent a good amount of time at the splash park at Eisenhower Park with my girlfriend's son, and I challenge anybody to find a more popular spot on a hot day in Milford than the splash park. At times I would spend upwards of 2 hours there watching my girlfriend's son play, and the one thing that struck me is kids are constantly slipping and sliding and falling all over that park, and it's through no fault of the city. It's simply that the parents are lathering the kids up in sunscreen, sending them off into a wet surface, and then they're just like, I think the most recent time I went there, I watched 3 or 4 kids just smash their heads on the concrete. And I had actually, after our conversation, I had spoke to a few people, and as I understand it, this is the second surface that we put on the splash pad. Is that right?
Yes.
So the initial one was tackier, but it was less comfortable on feet?
I wouldn't say it was tackier. I wouldn't say it was less comfortable. They both have that grain to them to kind of prevent the slipping. I think it's just personal preference on what one thought was better or worse.
Okay.
It's hard for me to say yes over this or that.
Is it worth maybe exploring requiring water shoes or a new plain surface for that? Just something to prevent that, especially for liability for the city?
The problem with it is if we post signs, and this is one of the things we ran into, it's where do the signs, how much enforcement does a sign give us? And if we're not there, like everywhere else, 24 hours a day, who enforces it? And then if one kid comes without them, and then this kid, it's just messy to enforce it without having 24-hour watch on all of these places, you know. And then it's the next thing is the playgrounds, and there's just not enough money to staff every one of these facilities 24 hours a day to watch it. It's hard. We did talk about a sign, but they don't really follow, nobody really follows signs. The signs we do have up are torn down or ignored anyway, so it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
Tough to enforce.
Sure, I would absolutely imagine that it's difficult to enforce. I think just speaking personally as a semi-parent, I think I'd rather see the sign than not, you know, at least that way I can at least have a modicum of mindfulness toward that situation when I see a kid, you know, slipping and sliding all over the place, that I could at least watch for it. But I know it's a difficult situation, and it's incredibly difficult to enforce. But yeah, thank you for your response.
Any more questions for the Recreation Department? Seeing none, thank you for coming out tonight and answering all our questions.
Thank you all.
Next item on our agenda is the Milford Police Department. Mr. Keith Mello.
Good evening. Good to see you all again. Mayor. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, regarding the budget, Well, you'll see some increases. They're primarily the result of the contractual working agreement that was settled. Those are 3 years of contractual wage increases. So there are increases in the personnel side, and any other increases are the result of fixed costs such as maintenance agreements. I just want to remind everyone again that there, on its face, there are some accounts that are somewhat significantly underfunded. For instance, overtime, holiday pay, and shift differential with the contractual change. However, we know from past history that those accounts will, they will normally fund those accounts by the wage overages, usually in regular wages and usually as a result of openings. Also, I just wanted to point out that once again this year, the patrol cars are not in here. They're being funded, the mayor has funded them, I believe, the last 4 years with the vehicle acquisition account, and that's worked out well for us. And I would hope that that'll continue to happen, not just this year, but in the future. And in addition, there are no new programs or projects in this budget, with the exception of one additional police officer. And I'd be happy to go into detail on that and the rationale, which I think most of you probably remember, and I can give you some of the history if you'd like me to.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, good evening, Chief Mello.
Good evening.
Yes, if you could please elaborate about the one new hire and give us your professional opinion, projection, as far as, I think there was a commitment made to hire 4 new officers, 1 per year in the next 4 years. Is that going to meet the expectation of the police department?
Certainly. So if you recall, 2 years ago, we first talked about hiring 4 new officers, which translates to 1 new officer per shift, the 3 operating shifts, the 8-hour shifts, plus the relief shift. We talked about it more seriously last budget year. It was in the budget, and I know I met with a number of you, and I want to thank those that called or came to see me to talk about this topic. This year, as you all know, as I said last year, my goal was to ask for the 4 officers again this year, and I'll give you the history on the request. Mayor Blake had, and if you look at the BR3 submitted, it talks about 4 officers with 1 per year, and that was the agreement I had with Mayor Blake to hire 1 officer a year for the next 4 years. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I'm concerned about what will happen after this year. Because while we do have a commitment now, I would hope that that commitment will survive whatever is going to happen in November. So the background on this request, I think I need to just briefly go into kind of the history of where the PD has been. 40 years ago, we had 111 police officers. And 40 years ago, Milford was very different. Our calls for service have gone up 62% since then. The complexity of law enforcement has changed, but so has Milford. When we look at the amount of traffic on the Boston Post Road, on Route 1, when we look at the number of commercial and retail establishments we have now compared to 40 years ago, the number of apartment complexes and residents, we can look at the traffic flows that's in the record. We can look at the parking spaces that we have that are now part of commercial retail. And we can look at Milford Center and look at what Milford Center is now compared to what it was 40 years ago. We just remember the Office Cafe stood where Little Milford Seafood was just a store. It's now a destination, entertainment destination, shopping and entertainment. The harbor was completely redone, and now we have the city harbor. Our recreation has changed, our beaches. I mean, the city is nothing like it once was, and so with that comes increased demands and needs for services. 40 years ago in the police department, we didn't have what we have now. Law enforcement certainly changed. We certainly didn't have the mandated training requirements, so we didn't have the training unit. We didn't have computer forensics. We didn't have the social service and community outreach side. We didn't have dedicated people to accreditation. Today, we have 116 police officers. But to remind you this, 5 of those police officers are dedicated to the schools. And all but 6 weeks of the year, 6.5 weeks to be precise, they spend at the schools. The 6.5 weeks when they come back to the PD, they spend about 2.5 weeks in training, and then they spend the majority of the rest of the time on vacation, because they normally don't take vacation during the school year unless it's during the school break. So we're dealing with 111 officers for the most part. That's what we had 40 years ago when Milford was very different. In fact, when you consider everything I've just said and you look at the full-time equivalents, we have less labor hours than we had, while we're dealing with a more complex environment and we're dealing with more calls for service. But that wasn't the only reason that we asked for additional officers. Since 2020, we have seen, we being law enforcement across the country, and let's just talk Connecticut specific right now, significant attrition rates. I know in many sectors are seeing this, but law enforcement, there's some uniqueness there that I don't think we really need to speak about, but there's some uniqueness there. And because of those attrition rates, we're seeing officers that are working continuously, especially during the peak times, which are weekends and summer. And I remember, if you recall, I mentioned this last year, it's very concerning. We are holding officers over double shifts continuously all the time. We are calling people in off their days off. We are canceling vacations. And that impacts their health, their physical and their mental health. And that impacts their home environment. We're asking police officers to make some very critical decisions. We know we don't need to talk about what happens when they make poor decisions. And we need to make sure that they're physically healthy and they're mentally fit. At the federal level, there's legislation and funding for mental health for police officers. The state has just done that as well. The governor and the legislators have enacted a task force and put dollars into studying mental health and ways to relieve mental health. And if you look at the testimony, you'll see that that's the very thing we talk about, the amount of hours that they have to work. And what is the level of engagement when an officer thinks that they can go home at 8 o'clock in the morning after working 12 to 8 and they're told they have to stay? And what happens to that home environment? So it has to do with their mental health as well. So it's for that reason, those reasons combined, we had asked for what we thought was reasonable, 1 officer per shift. And so what does that do? It allows one more officer it prevents one more officer from not being held over, not being ordered in, but it also does this, and this is really important to our citizens. It maintains certain response times, which are critical. Just look at what's happened around the country. It's the first thing we hear about. What was the response time? And so we thought that 1 officer, that 1 per shift was a reasonable request, and which amounts to 4 officers. I would hope that whatever agreement that we do have with Mayor Blake, and I know you can't make a commitment here, will survive whatever changes are going to take place in the city in November. Because 1 officer, it's better than 0, but it doesn't provide that 1 officer per shift.
Thank you, Chief Mello. I would agree. As you know, my side of the aisle advocated for the 4 additional officers, the 1 officer per shift, and it was denied. And I remember at that point in time, and here we are a year later, listening to your testimony, and things haven't improved for you, for the service, actually for the citizens of Milford, really. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said, well, we don't want to commit to anything at this point. We want to reevaluate this and see how the trend goes. And obviously,
point of order,
tonight,
Mr. Chair. That's not a direct quote. He just to ensure he's not putting words in our mouth.
I just want to finish, Mr. Chairman, and then they can debate.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the time. So I'm hoping that you're listening to the chief tonight and what he's saying. Nothing's changed. And we have to make that change as a board. So that's the point that I'm trying to make here tonight, and I appreciate you sharing with us once again in real time what's happening out there, and we appreciate your leadership and everything that the officers do in the city, so thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Willis.
Chairman Vitro, thank you. Through you to Chief Mello, thank you for coming here, and it was a pleasure meeting with you months back. I learned a lot. There's a question that I have with the legalization now fully of marijuana in this state, dispensaries are selling it now. Has that had any effect on availability of officers now because they don't have to enforce a lot of those laws?
It's a good question. It's had no impact. We didn't spend a lot of time enforcing marijuana laws before. We didn't get a lot of complaints. And if the record shows that we made very few arrests for small amounts of marijuana. It usually was a result of something else where it was found on someone's person. So it hasn't had any impact at all either way. We haven't had any problems as a result of the new law. And we haven't had any decrease in demand for our services.
Okay, I just figured I would ask it. Sure. Thank you for the info.
You're welcome.
Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you, Chairman, through you to Chief. I recall at the prior conversations that we've had, when it came to a number of officer positions, we had discussed whether or not all of the allocated positions had been filled. And so there was some concern about adding additional positions when the positions that already were allocated were not yet filled. Can you give us an update as to where we are in actual bodies versus positions?
Sure.
And how that would fit into this discussion?
Sure. So I think it's, to put it in perspective, it's important to remember that in policing, from the day that you get hired, not the 4, 5, 6 months that it takes to test, but the day you get hired, it's 11 months of training before you take your first call. So positions, and we run an academy once a year. We used to do it once every 2 to 3 years, but now we're doing it once a year. It allows us to train everybody at once. We've gone to a rolling testing process, but there's, for instance, we just a month ago, for those officers that we talked about last year, those 10 officers began taking their first calls, and they'll be on probation for a year. In May, we'll have 8 openings. In July, we'll have 10. Those officers will start the academy in May. And so there will always be openings because they'll be in the training environment for 11 months, 10 and a half months actually. And so we fill the vacancies as soon as we realize an opening. We start a testing process. Again, we've gone to a rolling testing process to help keep that moving. And then we wait for either seats in another academy, or in this case, because we have so many openings, our own academy. In the meantime, we hire officers back to fill those vacancies, the majority of those vacancies using overtime. So we still have to fill those slots. But we never let a vacancy sit. We just wait until we can test, until we can hire, until we can place. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat. I think it was geared more towards, at this point, how many of the positions remain unfilled?
So
the existing positions, the budgeted positions that did not have bodies that were yet allocated toward them. I understand that there may be a situation where you have an officer that's not yet taking calls, that's filling those positions, but it was my understanding the last time that there was a conversation on this topic a number of months ago, that there were still open positions with no bodies seated in those positions. Is that no longer the case?
No, I think that'll always be the case with today's attrition rates, but there'll be people that we're paying, and a police officer's salary for 11 months.
I understand that.
Right,
So
and then we're also, right, so
right.
I think last time when we spoke, and I think there might have been some confusion, there were openings, there were slots that had to be filled within the PD, but we were paying those people who were in the academy at the time last year when I was here. But in any given month, there'll be people that are leaving or taking early retirement. and they're replaced as soon as possible. And I wanted to make sure that people understand that it wasn't, when I asked for additional officers, that was including, that was the assumption of all those officers working. So it wasn't that I needed, I'm asking for 4 additional officers and there's 4 additional in the academy. Those were already baked in.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Moffett.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question about allocation of hours. You have regular hours, overtime hours, and for the police and fire, you also have private service hours. What are the private service hours? Private service duty.
Okay.
And how does the private service duty fit into the rest of the department? So if there's an emergency and you need people, are the private duty officers available for work, or are they spoken for the private duty?
That's a very good question. The officers are free during their own time to take private duty. The private duty comes in through headquarters. The city takes a certain percentage to offset our costs, and the officers can work, they can't work more than 16 hours a day. So if they work 8 hours with the city, they can't work more than 8 hours on a work day. If it's a day off, they can work 12 or 16 private duty. If we have a need to pull somebody, if we have to order somebody in or hold them over, the private duty is secondary. We still hold them over and we still order them in. If an officer is on a private duty job, we don't pull those officers from that. They're actually making more with the private duty job. And so that can be an issue for us, a union issue, when we're taking somebody off a job that they're making more money that they have signed for. We choose somebody who is not working a private duty job, or somebody that is on a day off.
I've got one other question about the detective work. In my job, we work with algorithms, and it's intense thinking. You really need a quiet place to think, get focused. When you get into that zone, you can really get some good work done. Then the phone rings or somebody comes in and you're blown out of that zone. It seems to me detective work is the same way, where you really get your work done when it's a quiet place, you can thoroughly concentrate and not be bothered. Do the detectives in the Milford Police Department have such a place where they can work?
We have limited quiet spaces, and we have an interview room, which is a single large interview room. That's often being used. So they'll normally go in their car, or they have cubicles that they can sit in. But I understand your point, and it's a very good point. But we don't have a lot of space for officers to go and have quiet or alone time. In fact, we are working with Public Works right now to take some, or to add a wall to try to create some separate space. It's a good question.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Chief.
It's acoustics, it just bounces
great.
off the wall.
Quick question. So how many retirements, early retirements do you anticipate this year? And I know we struggle to find new people. It's not the demand isn't as great as it used to be. I knew there used to be a ton of people apply for very few positions. Can you just give us how many you anticipate are going to retire this year? And yeah.
Sure.
Thanks.
We've had 2 recently, and we expect 4 more in the second and third quarter, or third and fourth quarter. What we don't know, and what we've seen, which we've never seen before, are officers just leaving kind of midstream. We had an officer, 10 years on the job. He had just made sergeant. He was a great employee and a very strong detective, and he left to go into finance. And that's the unknown, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing people just decide to either leave law enforcement altogether, or we're seeing them leave and go to Florida for whatever reasons.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Good evening, Chief. How are you?
Good evening.
Sorry I didn't get to you prior to tonight, but the schedule had changed, and I was planning to come and see you, but whatever, it's life. Having said and hearing and trying to correlate what we said last year with budget and hiring officers and retirements and being low, can you kind of summarize and elaborate on where's crime in our city today as far as the areas that are most significant, whether it be whatever, in all of the significant areas? Can you give us an update as to how it increased or decreased or leveled out or whatever that might be?
Sure. So crime in Milford, there's certain trends that are seasonal. We know in the warm weather we see a lot more robberies and car snatchings and things like that, things, really dangerous crime. We see it around the holidays, and then it starts to slow down during that first quarter. And so that's pretty consistent with what we saw last year and somewhat the year before. However, if we look beyond and we start to go pre-COVID, like 2019, 2018, significant increases in car thefts. And that's statewide. And I don't know if it's national. I would assume it is, but I know it's statewide. We're seeing carjackings, robberies, low-level robberies. I'm not talking about large-scale professional robberies. And we're still seeing thefts from cars, and we're seeing catalytic converter thefts. Those continue to be on the rise, and we have resources out there. Some you can see, some you can't, and we've got people in the act doing all three of those things. It's difficult because people run, and they don't obey the police like they used to. So what happened at the beach last year? We were expecting, similar attempts this year. Especially when you're dealing with young people, and a lot of this crime that I'm talking about, they're young people, and I'm talking people sometimes often under the age of 18. So I wouldn't consider it professional crime that's high value, where years ago you'd have cars being stolen and then being chopped up or sold, parts sold for value. We're seeing a lot of cars being stolen, carjackings with force. We've seen more than that than we've ever seen before, and the cars are usually taken from one location in Connecticut, either to New York or to other locations in Connecticut, where they'll commit other crimes and steal other cars. The thefts from cars have reduced, and it's been reduced because people are locking their cars. The crimes that we're still seeing are not the open cars, are smashing windows, or finding a way to forcefully open a car. We know that there's certain manufacturers of cars that are really easy to steal, and you probably have seen, if you Google it, you can see which cars those are. And so we see those daily. What's really troubling is those cars that are taken by force. Assaults are up. I don't know that affects the average citizen, because assaults are usually the result of groups assaulting each other. It isn't as random.
So we can say that obviously, whether it's seasonal or not, crime has been going up in the city as time has been going on.
It's going up if we look at pre-COVID years, but it's consistent with what we've seen last year and somewhat the year before that. And with the exception of a decrease in larcenies from cars or breaking into cars.
I know the trend, I don't know if it's still the trend or it was a couple of years ago, where obviously if you went to an sexual assault case and domestic violence, are you bringing along, when we know or it's an abuse or sexual abuse or assault case, are you bringing mental health clinicians with you to that call to help mediate or negotiate or help these individuals at any one point in time?
It's a good question. So you know from your work that we experience a significant number of those kind of cases. We do have licensed clinical social workers. We have two who are doing an amazing job in providing real value, I think, to Milford and to our response. And we also, either 1 to 2, depending on the particular time, we'll have interns that are going for their MSW. But they work days, and so the majority of our calls happen at night. And I don't know that that, we're ready to start funding social workers around the clock. That would be a question for all of you. But I like our approach. It's better than it's ever been, and let me explain. We have CIT teams, which are specially trained for critical incidents and dealing with people in mental health crisis. You can't take a 20-something-year-old woman or a man and think that they're going to be experts just with a little bit of training. But there's some people that have some background and some unique skill sets and some experience that are better at it than others. And so we've been providing them with specialized training. And so what we've done is we've created, while we're giving this specialized CIT training to all our officers, we have CIT teams. And those are officers, a group of maybe 3 or 4 officers on each shift that are specially skilled and experienced to deal with people in crisis. And so when we have problems in the home, when we have sexual assaults, when we have those kind of issues, and we have a lot of domestics, and I was just at the court this afternoon, and we talked about a dozen risk protective orders that we did this week and 7 that we did last weekend. And so that's our plan to deal with it in that regard. When we bring victims and witnesses back in to headquarters, then we engage them with our licensed clinical social workers, and they've been fantastic. And they work in hand with mental health counselors and certainly with rape crisis folks. They connect our citizens, our victims, with services that maybe they weren't connected with directly or not in a timely manner. Having said that, if something does occur while a licensed clinical one of the LCSWs is working, then they will go out to that scene directly. And it really allows us to still stay involved, but kind of step back and let those professionals, do their work. And they have helped us as well hone our response with these CIT teams and help train our people on how to better respond to folks in crisis.
It's a great attitude, and hopefully that, what you do for the city and all the guys and gals that work on with you, I give them a lot of credit. I've experienced their attitude in dealing with our issues at the beach last year. I was amazed at how these guys just kept their cool and not overreacted. After the issue was resolved, I really went up to one of them and said, I applaud you, because I don't know how you did it. I would never have gotten into that situation to do that. But, it's our job as a board here for the safety, health, and welfare of this community. And I think policing and keeping order and structure in the community, and it's very, very difficult, is our responsibility. And I just hope that when the request comes out for additional police in this building, that our philosophy, that it's a reckless request, is over with. And we tend to do what we need to do as a board and to meet the needs of our community. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Alderman Willis.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Vitro, through you to Chief Mello. A question I have, this is really not a budget question, it's actually something that I'm very curious about. I like the idea of social workers. Does that, do they give up their, Miranda rights when they speak to a social worker, or is that they're able to freely speak to them without that?
Well, there are agents, so we would never ask one of our employees, regardless of who they are, to try to elicit information without giving somebody Miranda. So that would be a problem if they were talking to arrestees, and they normally don't do that. I'm not even aware of any time that we've done that. We would never leave them alone with an arrestee. They're mostly dealing with victims and witnesses and family members, whatever support system that these, especially victims, have. So it's mostly centered around that. But they would be in a scenario, I guess like you're suggesting, where someone was under arrest, and there was a Miranda issue, or if they weren't under arrest and they were suspect and weren't free to leave, that would kick in a Miranda issue. It's not likely they would be involved with that, but if they did, they would be acting as our agents, so we wouldn't allow that.
Alderman Beatty.
Ladies and gentlemen,
to ask you a question about the memo that went out from the mayor on April 3rd about spending controls. Can you tell us, and maybe we learn so much from you listening in these budget hearings, but also maybe you'll learn about what we're struggling with, the entire board, both sides of the aisle, as we struggle with the budget, the information that we have. How did you interpret that in relation to the new hires and your hope for? Was it a surprise to you to receive that? Did you know it was coming? And was there new information about why it was wage freezing, but also control of requisitions, et cetera?
So, I've been doing this a while, so it's not the first time that I've seen one of those. And it's usually about this time of year. And I, full disclosure, I always tell my staff there could be spending freeze coming, so what do we need? But in terms of this one, I believe, Mayor, I believe he told me it was coming. I think we had a conversation, or I called you, if I recall. So I think you did. I think you had said something to me. I had called you on something else. And I had a conversation with the mayor and explained to him that we had already given offers, conditional offers to people prior to, and that they were ready to be hired. So I was authorized to continue hiring them because those offers were there. But what we didn't do is we didn't hire, we have some seasonal temps that we would, parking attendants, that we'll wait until after July, unless we hear otherwise. And if we realize any non-sworn openings, we'll wait till after July. So we've taken some things and decided to defer those until July 1st, because we don't spend money that we don't need, that we don't have to spend, but we can certainly defer non-critical things. So I wasn't surprised, and it didn't impact us on the hiring side, because we had already given those offers.
Alderman Archeolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Chief Mello. How are you, Chief? Over the past year, I've had several conversations with you, and I've always appreciated you giving me your time to answer a lot of the questions that I've had. As you might remember, in February of this year, my car was stolen out of my lot, and the response time for the non-emergency line was about 3.5 hours. I was met with a truly amazing officer. I won't name him for fear of embarrassment, but you know who that officer is, and he was truly incredible. He called me at midnight that night to make sure that everything was resolved appropriately. To your point, the person who stole my car was 19. And I had asked that officer how he's doing. You know, he was fairly new to the department. He said, "I'm tired." And in your descriptor of the current state of the department, you had mentioned that the officer mental health is currently an issue. Officers are routinely kept over double shift. And I'm noticing that the two line items that mark the biggest difference between what your department requests and what the Board of Finance is recommending is vacation relief and holiday. And I'm wondering, two-part question, if you can tell me what the difference is between those two line items and how these differences would affect your department.
Sure, and I just wanted to point out, just go back to my original point. While they are, and we can look at the record, historical record, to see what the projections are. So we know with some degree of certainty, high degree of certainty, what that cost is going to be. So we know it's underfunded, but we also have never asked for more money. We've always found other accounts, and we know that regular wages, because of the amount of openings, that there's going to be a surplus in regular wages. And at the same time, we know that there'll be an increase in overtime because we've got to now fill those spots. So ultimately, I want to just remind everyone that they are underfunded, but they're always funded at the end of the year using this account. And I know we've always given something money back because we don't spend what we don't need to spend. So that to that point, holiday is the 13. Every officer has 13 paid holidays, and so that we know what that cost is going to be, with the exception of on some of the vacancies. So that's what that pays for. Vacation relief is when officers take vacation. A few things either happen. Either they take their vacation, the first 8 hours of that vacation, if somebody works that job, the first 8 hours of vacation comes out of that. The other 4 hours, because it's a time and a half overtime job, comes out of the overtime account. In addition, if an officer cashes in vacation at the end of the year, because they're only allowed to carry so much over, they'll be paid for those vacation days. That'll come out of that account.
Thank you very much. I just have a follow-up to the chief. In your mind, if the Board of Finance recommendation passes as is, would this have a negative effect on the mental health of your officers?
The budget, no.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you very much.
Any more questions for Chief Mello? Alderman Brozier.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Chief Mello, thank you so much for coming tonight, and just overall, I mean, thank you and your department for all the great work you do. And to echo a sentiment that so many of us have given, including Police Commissioner or Commission Chair Smith, that we're just really fortunate to have you in the city, and thank you. And question-wise, when it comes to body cameras, I notice that we have federal funds through the American Rescue Plan to cover certain expenses related to that. And then I notice in the city budget that it's zeroed out with body-worn camera storage. Can you talk a little bit about what those federal funds cover? And then if there's any piece of this in which you're worried once the federal funds, once this expires,
sure,
about future expenses considering the state mandates it?
So it is mandated by law that every police officer under certain specific circumstances, which is very, I shouldn't say specific, it's actually more general, the police officers all have to have body cams when interacting with the public, normally in an enforcement capacity, but it even goes beyond that. And we have to have in-car cameras. And that's a state law. And so when we were the first department in the state to do body cams. I don't even know if you were aware of that. We had 12 that we all shared. And they used to have a wire. They weren't even wireless. And we used to wear them on a set of glasses. And so when the law first was enacted, I believe in 2015, there was money available. And if you took the money, the state funding, you had to equip all your officers. Well, we took the state funding back then and equipped all our officers. There's only a 5-year life cycle on those. And part of that plan has cloud storage. So it's the equipment, it's the charging equipment, it's the back-end software, which is extremely important, and it's the storage. Because there's a lot that goes into these videos on the back end. And when the new program became available, when our 5-year contract was up, we had to enter into another contract. The costs had gone up significantly. And I believe it was $1.2 million for 5 years. And we were, I believe what you're talking about is that was paid for using ARPA funds instead of paying for it with city budget funds. We're into year 2, as I recall. When that expires and there's no federal funding, then that's going to show up here as a mandated item. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. And just along those lines, do you, I would, and this is very general, but do you anticipate those costs going up exponentially? I mean, the storage for, I don't know how many folks deal with just video overall, the amount of storage it takes to store a 3-minute video alone is incredible, so I can't even imagine what it's costing
Sure.
other municipalities.
I do. If we look at the first 5-year project was about, I believe, around $695. This last one was $1.25. I know it's gone up since then, and we were really aggressive in our pricing model. But there's a lot that, if you're ever interested, I could, if you want to come and see me as it gets closer, I could show you everything that goes into that pricing. It's not just the hardware, it's more complex, but I do anticipate it going up quite a bit.
Thanks, Chief.
Alderman Parente.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Hi, Chief. Good to see you. Speaking of the ARPA plan, I know there was, I think you had mentioned a police vehicle, patrol vehicle. I do see one in the ARPA plan as well. And then the social workers, of course, came out of that, which I'm certainly a big advocate of, and I would want us to fund that through the budget. But there are a number of items here that add up that are not reflected in the budget. Did you have participation on the ARPA committee, or how did it come to be that you were able to get some of these items reflected here? And like I said, I think that the social workers are something that are really integral, and I hope that we can find a way to even fund on a 24/7 basis.
I would hope so, and I agree with you. No, we don't have representation, but we were aware of it, made aware of the ARPA fund, and given an opportunity to submit requests for, for programs and for items. And so those are the programs that we had submitted. I'm sorry, I don't recall what else we may have gotten. I know that I think we got quite a bit out of that account, actually, but you have to ask Peter exactly what, how much.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't get too much information about the process, so we are learning from you guys as we talk to you. And then there was a training line item that I saw here that was not funded to the level you had requested, with an attrition rate of officers, and as you have new classes coming in, and with the nature of policing changing, do you have different training needs? And are there anything beyond that line item-wise that you would want to speak to, that while you have us here, that you would want to make a case for why you would want to see increased funding?
Sure.
Thank you.
So when I put that item in the budget, the state charges $3,500, excuse me, yes, $3,500 per recruit in the academy, and then there's all of our expenses. Because we run our own academy, we don't have to pay for that. And in fact, the other departments that send people to us have to pay that to us, and that funds the academy. So that's in there just in the event that we don't have an academy, we would have to fund that. But we had a commitment. We have never been turned down to run an academy, even when we weren't getting funding from other departments. And now it actually funds our program, and it keeps that building running, and improvements to that building. And we do have additional training needs, but we also have a training section of our private duty, which actually funds a lot. It funds our equipment, it funds our uniforms, it funds our ordnance. It funds $20,000 per police car for the changeover and for the equipment, and it funds, with the exception of what you see here, it funds our training program.
Just one more thing, just for you. I know also with the police station, you have female officers or more than you've had, and I had heard somehow, I don't think town chatter, but just had heard that there was some retrofitting or something that had to transpire with the locker rooms for the female officers. Could you speak to that, please?
So when I came on the department, there was 2 female police officers. A year later, there was 1. And we have committed to 30% by 2030. We'll reach that organically well before that. We focused on recruiting a diverse group of police officers, but it's happening on its own. We are seeing more female applicants than we ever have. And while we see a reduction for male applicants, we haven't necessarily seen, percentage-wise, the same thing for female officers. So we've been fortunate that 30% of our hires have been women. And because we had a locker room for only 10 people, we needed to expand the locker room, and we didn't have the space. We also ran out of space in the male locker room, so Public Works tore down the gym, and we don't have a gym in the building anymore, but we do have a gym at Simon Lake, so we were able to transfer the equipment there. So we tore down the wall and used the gym and built out space for the ladies' side and on the men's side. So we now have space for 30 women, and I hope that we get past that. I think we'll need even more of that sometime. And the beauty of that is those lockers that we bought, we can use those again if we ever build a new building, and in a not too distant future. I mean, at some point, they'll be too old, but that's equipment that's reusable. We made sure we bought that we could use those again. So, Public Works did an amazing job. I think ARPA may have paid for that, if I recall. Again, you'd have to check with Peter, or at least part of that. I think the lockers we bought through other funding, not through the budget, but either through private duty or seized asset money, to the tune of about $200,000, and that's only half the lockers. The other, we only could afford to place half. But the ladies love it, the men love it as well, and I thank the city for doing that for them.
I'm glad you're here. You're an asset to our community. I don't know that everyone knows the position you hold at the state level, and we're really lucky to have your expertise, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the police department? Seeing none, thank you, Chief, for coming out and answering all our questions. Thank you for the great job you're doing for the city.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Next department is coming up is the Boys and Girls Club. Miss Megan Altamar. Hi, Megan.
Hi, everybody.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. It's so nice to see everybody. I'm excited because the past year has been fun, filled with kids, and back to normal. We've been serving kids at our main clubhouse at Simon Lake, as well as at 5 school sites, including Live Oaks, Cap Pen, Orange Ave, Orchard Hills, as well as the Academy. Throughout the past year, we have served a total of 989 youth compared to the 590 last year. However, we still have waiting lists at each of our sites and are continuously thinking of new ways to meet the demand. In addition to running our general after-school program, we also offer 80 different enrichment programs throughout the year. This includes everything from STEM programs to a new advocacy program we just started to teach kids about how powerful their voice is, to homework help, to Girl Scouts, to flag football, you name it, we're running it at the Boys and Girls Club, and the kids are having fun. And all of our enrichment programs are included in our after-school membership fee of $75 a month. And anybody that can't afford $75 a month is given a scholarship. The club prides itself on being more than an after-school program or a daycare for some kids. Our staff work hard to provide emotional support, giving our youth a place where they feel connected and supported. The club does this and so much more for all of the kids in our community. However, I know everyone understands this, everything is going up. Minimum wage is up, program supplies are up. Every single thing we're doing is costing us more money. We've worked really, really hard to try to find new funding, and I write a million grants, trust me. We run our different events. We have the gala tomorrow. If anybody's interested, you could go to our website. You can, if you aren't even attending the event, you could still bid on our auction items, so feel free to visit our website. But it's still just not enough money, so we are asking for a small increase today to help us as we continue to do more and more each year and serve more and more kids, while everything is costing us a lot more money to do.
Anyone got any questions for the Boys and Girls Club? Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Megan. What's your total budget for the year?
1.3 million right now.
Wow, okay. And you guys do a terrific job, and I will be there at the gala tomorrow night, so it sounds like a lot of fun. Can you just expand on a couple of your other fundraisers that you do throughout the year, some of the big ones?
Definitely. So our major events are the gala, which again is tomorrow, the Montano Family Golf Tournament, which is June 23rd. We are partnering with Tribus right now on a golf tournament, a 9-hole tournament at the Orchards, which is July 14th, and then we have the Walnut Beach 5K, which is August 6th this year. Those are our major ones. There's a few small ones sprinkled throughout the year too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alderman Archeolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Hi, how are you? I just wanted to ask a quick question. Did you notice from like maybe 2020 to 2021 or 2022, did you notice a decrease in fundraising revenue, and how has that recovered, if it has?
Definitely. So there's definitely been a shift in fundraising. There's been a ton more grants available, but individual and corporate support has kind of shifted a little bit. So it's ebbs and flows of everything, I guess. I'm just trying to continually get creative for new ways to find more money.
Yeah. Fingers crossed, individual contributions on the upswing.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're always hopeful of that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Hi, Meg. Thank you for all you do with all the kids that you see in the facilities. I don't know how you do it, but you do it anyway. Just a question. Your application toward privy to grants, outside grants, where do they come from, and what is the total amount of grants that you do receive?
Right now, I think we received, don't quote me, I can double check this for you, but I think we're around 140,000 to 170 in non-government grants. For government grants, that's a different number as well. They come from the Subway Foundation, not the Subway Foundation, the DeLuca Foundation. Boys and Girls Club of America has pass-through grants that we're able to apply for, and then they fund us. We get money from the Community Foundation of Greater New Haven. I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch. The United Way, of course. The United Way, I was just going to say that, of course. We just got a huge grant last year from First Pick, which is a partnership with the Mystic Aquarium, and it was for a STEM program that we're able to run with the kids.
So you don't get any state or federal funds at all, do you?
We're part of a Connecticut Alliance of Boys and Girls Club, so our club doesn't get a grant, but it's pass-through funding through the Connecticut Alliance, and we get about $30,000. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And hopefully you'll be looking forward to getting into a new building.
Very soon. We're very excited. Every day we're getting closer.
Any more questions for the Boys and Girls Club? I think that's it.
All right.
You're lucky tonight.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you for answering all our questions. Thank you for the great job you're doing for the kids. Next department on our agenda is the Milford Fire Department, page 51, Chief Doug Ito. Good evening, Chief.
Hey, good evening. I brought the team with me. Chairman of the board, Kevin McGrath, I believe you all know him. I have Assistant Chief Anthony Fabrizi. Good evening. He's been here a couple of times as well. And last year, Assistant Chief Wake Snorris is with, I'm sorry, you're on that side. And Battalion Chief Steve Rabel, who is the financial officer. Job that I did back in the day. I'll start, and like I usually do, tell you where we're at. I do want to have tonight Chief Fabrizi, Chief Wake Snorris speak up, as they'll be the future of the fire department. And I just wanted to get their feet wet and let them speak their piece here. I will answer some questions as well. As I do every year when I come here, I say, and you heard that from Chief Mello, I'm sure the Board of Ed, that 90% of our budget is contractual. 90% is wages. In simple terms, I've said this before too, let's say I have a $12 million budget. 11 million is in the wages. That leaves me with $1 million. Chief Mello also mentioned that the stuff that you have to buy. So in that $1 million, we have to pay for fuel. We have to pay for the diesel fuel. We have to pay for gas. We have to buy uniforms for the firefighters, all the gear, the fire hose, the parts for the fire trucks. All this stuff is just that extra $1 million. You know, and there was an article in the paper back in February. They called us up and wanted to do an interview, and the three chiefs decided, well, let's listen to see what the reporter has to say. And it was about the buildings in Milford's building in the community, and Chief Mello again spoke to that tonight as well. When the article was about, is it going to increase the services or tax reserves? And the answer is yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Chief, can you bring the microphone a little closer to you?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, you can't hear me? And I always speak soft. So the gist of the article is, with all these new buildings going on, and Wheelers Farms Road, the Muse, Kmart's getting the buildings, the building downtown, 7-Eleven that's not built yet. Yes, they are taxing department. We're responding to these, and I had mentioned this in the finance set. For example, if you build an apartment building, there's 100 units, and a couple moves in, that's 200 people. That's 200 more incidents that we can respond to. Those buildings, yes, we can have fires there. But we are an EMS-based fire department. 70%, I'm going to say, round it up a little, 70% of the calls that we do, for instance, are medical emergencies. Every year we're going up 400 or 500 calls a year. We're up last year with 9,000 calls, so it's over 6,000 medical emergencies. That certainly tax us, and that makes, you know, we put an additional ambulance in service. We now run 3 ambulances. But again, every year when I sit here, I say, you know, we could do it. We'll make the budget work. However, this year, I have to say, I don't believe we can do it anymore. It's breaking our backs. We're good soldiers. We do the right thing. I always try to do the right thing, and I'm a team player, and I have a charge, you know, and with Steve and I doing the budget this year, we came in with a responsible, well thought out, looked at the accounts, a 7.4 maybe increase from last year's budget. Again, we got cut down to 3%, and this is my 10th year doing this, 10 years as chief, and it seems that 3% seemed to be the number every year, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work. I'm running out of money. We're in the negative. Equipment's breaking. I do have an EMS account that we take some funding from. I believe your board voted on that, 25% of what we collect. I'd like to see that increase as well. If you could put some money back into our budget, it would be helpful moving forward and maybe not be in the red. We are hiring. We had COVID. We had a lot of retirements. We had a lot of officers retire. So we lost a lot of experience. The 3 of us up here have over 100 years experience. 50% of the fire department today are young kids with a year, less than a year, 2 years.
Well, we have
let's see,
24 firefighters currently on probation,
24 on probation.
1 year or less.
That's 1 year less, and then the other, so it's a very young department. Having said that, we need to send these guys to school. We need to send them to training. We're not getting the fires that we do. We do get them. I always laugh and say that, we're putting ourselves out of business because the building department, Joe's here, fire department, fire inspectors, building codes, fire suppression systems, fire detection systems, they work wonderfully. Yeah, we get fires, and we're going to continue to get fires. And hopefully they don't get as large as they used to because of the buildings. But we are doing the medical service, and we're doing that every day. And it's increasing. The point I was going to say about, I lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. But, it was the COVID is what I was saying. That we had these vacancies, and we're just now filling those vacancies. At the longest time, we were hovering at 17 vacancies. We just hired a bunch, these young kids here that were saying 1 year on or less. We have 6 current firefighters in the academy, and we have 1 current vacancy right now. And if you ask the question, I'll answer now that maybe we'll see 2 or 3 more vacancies in July. So we could have another, at least a potential of 4 to 5 vacancies in July. We just put out a test announcement moving forward. We are going to test. We're going to get these, hopefully, new recruits in. We'll have a list, so those 4 or 5 vacancies will be filled in July 1 with this new budget. We'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I must say, I was quite disappointed in the remarks that were put on the news and Facebook, etc. I don't know how many calls I got. People were absolutely scared that the Milford Fire Department is not going to be able to respond to their fires in the event the neighborhood would have one. So I didn't know what to say, so I called you up immediately to get the straight scoop. But I think that was very disappointing to have that news put out. The old saying, your house is on fire, and if you're going to call the Milford Fire Department, you're going to have a stepladder to put it out. That's a little bit over the top. But I knew what to do to talk to you first before I got my act together. But anyways.
Yes, thank you for that. I appreciate it. It was a tough hit. But, safety is paramount, and there's no risk to any firefighters on the job or to the citizens of Milford at any time.
Any questions for the fire department? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to gentlemen, thank you for coming tonight and all the things you do. And again, I have to emphasize the safety, health, and welfare of our community. If I understood you correctly, Chief, the 14 million plus was an ask, and the ask was 7% above last year. Was that correct?
Yes, when you looked at...
Okay, I just want to make sure I am hearing correctly. What you got, the 13 plus, brought it to 3%.
Yes.
Okay, so what they're saying, the mayor and the Board of Finance is saying, is that you're on track to get 3% more than you got last year. And you said, and I heard you correctly, we can't do it anymore. What would it take to add to that 3%? 2%? 1.5%? Total? Bring it up to 7%? What is an honest answer to me as to what it would take for the comfortability and the safety and welfare of our community to bring that number up? What percentage?
And Mr. Chairman, just while the chief is getting those figures, that's not an absolute correct, through you, Mr. Chairman. The actual amount that is a lot more because a big portion of the fire department's budgets and all the other departments' budgets do not include the benefits. If you include the benefits, the budget, and the capital expenses for the fire department is over $20 million. Milford is a Class 1 fire department, one of only 2 in the state of Connecticut other than East Hartford.
So what's the point?
And it's because we put so many resources into our fire department, more than anywhere else in the state of Connecticut. We fund our fire department. And
Point of order, please.
Mr. Chairman, you recognize me.
Alderman Parente, let
Yes?
the mayor's talk. You're being disrespectful. The mayor is speaking.
Excuse me. Please don't speak to me that way.
The mayor is speaking.
You may tell me that in a respectful manner.
Mr. Chairman, we fund our fire department. As an example, a relatively similar city like Shelton, they spend less than $2 million on their department, approximately 10% of what Milford spends on our fire service. Again, we have been ranked by ISO and other rating agencies because of the amount of resources we put into our fire department, more than anyone else in the state of Connecticut. We have a great fire department with great, brave men and women who serve us, but we also give them the tools and the resources. Again, I just contacted the fire chief with some additional resources that we are putting in today, in addition to our annual replacement for some of the apparatus. As you know, we just purchased an apparatus at our February meeting, or authorized the purchase of a $1.4 million piece of apparatus. It's part of that capital improvement program that this board is committed to and that the administration is committed to.
Mr. Chair,
but again, this operational account does not tell the entire story. The entire story for what we spend on our fire service is over $20 million.
Mr. Chair, I think I still have the floor. I think. Again, not only does the fire department get, but, and I'm not talking out of turn, Board of Education has a budget. People don't realize the ancillary accounts that go along with that budget. Nurses are not on that side. Bennies are not on that side. Accountability with accounts are not on that side. There's a lot more on that side that raises the per pupil expenditure. We'll get into that when we're appropriate. So every department, my question again will be, the ask was 7%, their get is 3%, and I'm hearing consternation as to affecting the safety and welfare of this community. What would it take beyond the 3%? You got the 13 whatever because it was recommended by the mayor and the Board of Finance. What would it take as an increase that make that level of comfortability rise? And we know they're all, in every budget, there's always a little here and a little there, and the city pays this and whatever, but what would it take for you guys to run that department in a level of comfortability? What increase in percentage?
Alderman Vitale, maybe I can try to answer it for you. And I don't want this to get into a political situation because it's not needed at all. I want to make that clear. We're all here for the same reason. And I believe that from the mayor all the way down, everybody wants the best for this city. And what happened, what Alderman Vitro pointed to was disappointing. But you have rank and file that are frustrated. The gentlemen sitting at this table are frustrated. They do the utmost every single day. And I will quote the chief who has sat in this room for many, many years and said to you and your predecessors, I'll make it work. And ladies and gentlemen, they have made it work, very simply. Now, what's that magic number? Example, some of you are aware of that posting of that engine failure. The vehicle is here in the city, it's at a repair facility, and it could be 30 days, it could be a max of 120 because of the COVID situation, parts that are needed. The cost of that engine rebuild is $54,000 to $55,000. Quotes have just come in. That's not in the budget. So I'll use that as an example. If I had to go with a number based on looking at these accounts, and these gentlemen, I think, can give you those solid answers and give you the backup that's required, so you can go home tonight and feel good about it, you're probably looking at about $250,000 that would be added to the existing budget of the fire department.
250?
That's still very, very lean. But again, back to the famous quote of this chief, they will make it work, and they can make it work. I just think that people have to understand. Somebody said to me, like Alderman Vitro said, a lot of calls, yeah. And Tower 1's been out of service for a number of years, so, that was in the picture. What's the chances of a blown engine and a computer failure in 2 ladder trucks within days of each other? Unheard of. You might go home tomorrow and drive your car and your engine may pop. These are things that they're dealing with on a daily basis. It has no reflection on the equipment and what we're doing and how we're doing it. It's just that bad luck has popped its head up. The new truck, thank God you've approved it, and the mayor recommended it, and I thank him for that. At the end of the day, you're looking at a situation where the earliest that truck is going to get here is 18 to 19 months from today. So from that standpoint, I'm just saying you have to factor all these little things in. And from a standpoint of the operational equipment side of the budget, we are just, we're in the business of administering Band-Aids. We're not in the business of going into that Band-Aid box and taking some out and putting them on some sticks and try to fix things. Because of the budget crunch, I sympathize with your decisions that you're going to have to make over the next few weeks. And it is nobody's fault. It is just these are, and the gentleman here will give you additional numbers of where we are now not paying for things that we need to pay for.
Okay, having said that, again, whether it be a percentage or a number, you're saying $250,000. Is that what I'm hearing is that $250,000 will bring the level of comfortability to this department to be putting services toward our safety and welfare of the community?
Yes.
Am I hearing it from the chiefs?
250?
Yeah.
$250,000. I don't know what that percentage is at this point. I mean, it's easy to figure out.
I don't know.
It's another one. So 250,000 would be a good number. And you can justify that, obviously.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, through you, in terms of the equipment, over the last many years, we have bought more equipment, including aerial apparatuses. When I became mayor, we had one piece of aerial apparatus, the tower, which was, as the chief mentioned, retired 2 years ago. Every other year when we purchase a new piece of large equipment or apparatus, we have discussed whether or not we want to replace that tower truck. The answer from the fire department has always been no. We don't want to replace the tower truck. Instead, the aerial apparatus that the fire department has recommended has been Quince, which has an approximate 75, 80-foot ladder because it's more nimble in some of those tight, densely populated areas. So we have gone from one piece of aerial apparatus to we just purchased our third. There was a short period of time, 2 weeks ago, where our 2 active pieces of aerial apparatus were both down at the same time. That has always been the case, especially when we had only one piece of aerial apparatus, the tower, where it was down for weeks and months. Again, this goes back decades, but we have backup plans for that and backup plans for that so that we are never in jeopardy again. We have invested mightily in our equipment, in our apparatus, more than we ever have. We spend more per person than any other fire department in the state of Connecticut. We make sure that we have the cutting edge equipment for our firefighters, and we make sure that we have a community that is safe.
Alderman Ferrante.
Thank you, Chairman. I really hope this evening, I really want to hear from all of you as the leadership of the fire department and as the chairman of the fire commission. So I would like to know, I know a little bit about the Class 1 status we have. Could you expand on that for the community and for the other aldermen so that they have a sense of what that means in terms of the integrity of your department? Thank you.
Certainly, I'd be glad to field that question. You may have seen, as Alderman Parenti mentioned, that we have a Class 1 designation on our patches in addition to on our apparatus as well. What that delineates is that the Insurance Services Organization rates all fire departments in the nation with a Class 1 through 10 rating. Of the roughly 45,000 fire departments in the nation, there are currently, as of January of 23, 411 that have attained the Class 1 rating, and Milford is one of them, which we've had for 20 years, approximately 20 years, I'd say, give or take. In attaining that designation comes with a lot of scrutiny on how we operate, including training, equipment we carry, response times, communications, documentation. There's a lot that goes into it in order to attain that. Now, to the mayor's point, he's invested in equipment, but outside of equipment, equipment doesn't make a great fire department. Well-trained personnel makes a great fire department and keeps our firefighters safe. Comparatively, as the chief mentioned earlier, we have 24 firefighters. Roughly 25% of our line firefighting force is on probation. It's unprecedented. Never seen that. And I speak confidently for all of the chiefs up here. In our entire careers, we have never seen that. Now, in your mind, you'd be saying, well, what does that mean? Well, it means we have a lot of inexperienced firefighters. The Connecticut Fire Academy, we send them off to the academy upon hiring to be trained, to gain that skill set, to put them what Chief Ito may refer to as a jump seat ready firefighter. However, it's our task as a department to continue their training throughout their career and make them have the skill set to be available to operate in a Class 1 fire department. And that takes a sizable investment to do so, in training, for instance. So now, our training budget, if I may get into it, is $35,000. That is, to my knowledge, having been on the administrative level for the past approximate 8 years, has gone up about $5,000. Comparatively, I want to bring up Stratford Fire Department because they are a neighboring town. They're equivalently sized, handle many of the same tasks that we do. They're shorefront community. Contractually, they're obligated for $1,750 per firefighter for training, and they are a Class 2 department. And I'm not diminishing them in any way. They're a fine and fantastic firefighting force. I want to make that clear. But comparatively to Milford, our training budget is $35,000 for 112 personnel, which equates to about $312.50 per firefighter. We simply cannot get it done, so we're suffering. Special operations, confined space training, dive team training, high-angle rope rescue training, trench rescue training, all of which we've done and encountered in this city. And without the proper funds to do so, as Chief Ito stated, we've made it work up until this point. But that time has run out, and that's why we sit here today and make that appeal to you.
Excuse me, can you just repeat that number? What was it per firefighter?
For Milford, sir? $312.50 approximately per firefighter.
Alderman Beatty.
My mic is not on. Thank you, and through Chairperson Vitro. I would like to reframe the question that Alderman Vitale asked with respect and friendship for the fact that he's trying to get us to a solution and to support your department. What's the bare minimum that you could operate with? And Chief Ito has asked, he shrugged his shoulders, $250,000 kicked in above and beyond what you were denied is not something to scoff at. You say yes. I would like to reframe it. The 7% that you asked for, was it a thoughtful, reflective, honest, and accurate appraisal of what you need in order to maintain the safety of the city? Yes or no? And I'll ask the operations finance person. Let's get back to this.
Yes, ma'am. Again, for those who don't know me, Steve Rabel, I recently promoted to the position of finance and EMS, and I looked with Chief Ito, he tasked me with this. We went back 2 or 3 budget cycles, and all I did for increases was taking the current budget items that have increased because of inflation. We increased only the accounts that we were in need of: gas, fuel, electricity. I did not add, I think they added 5,000 for the training budget. We just took the bare minimum of that, and I believe it was actually 7.8% was what it came out to be. And that was the bare minimum just to get us up to inflation.
Secondly, and I seldom weigh in on fire department matters so as not to reflect bias, but I do know a lot and have had a great deal of experience about accreditation, and it is simply not so that ISO 1 classification status is given to the most resourced department. That is a criteria that's included, or otherwise wealthier towns in other parts of the country could buy themselves an ISO 1 classification. That is a very special designation that you have earned. Thirdly, what is not considered when we talk about the fire department budget is that you are a revenue generating department at this point because of the Nelson, all that was done by the aldermen with all of us very much involved. And that seems to disappear whenever we have the discussion. And then lastly, I think that our job is to probe, to ask questions. The context of the discussion of having you ahead in front of us is another department in the city asking for 1.8 million. This is serious stuff. We have a certain amount of money we're trying to get to it. I would really ask that the mayor not consider any asking, challenging, probing, questioning of other that was recommended by the mayor is considered out of line. It isn't out of line. This is what we're doing. I'm hearing the chief with the officers who are in charge of operations and finance say they did their best, and this is a fair shake. And we can say, could you take a little less? Could you take a little less? Was this your best offer? Yes or no? And then we can deliberate without being yelled at that we're not allowed to deliberate. Thank you. You said you couldn't do more. You couldn't continue. Chief Ito, you said you couldn't continue to.
That's correct.
Alderman Giannatasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, gentlemen. It's nice to see you, and thank you for your presentation. So, here we are. I truly appreciate your proposal. I think it's well in line of what's happening. From what I'm hearing is, they were probably underfunded to begin with, but with the growth throughout the city, with these apartments and these new shopping centers and, everything that we're so used to and accustomed to experiencing living here, it all gets put on them. They're making more calls with the EMS, and they're doing it very well. They're doing it better than the prior contractor that we used to have years ago. My first question would be to the mayor, because Chief Ito indicated he's only receiving 25% of that revenue. And if we're talking about money in order to help fund their internal operations as a fire department, can we, is it at the pleasure of this board, can we increase that rate from 25% to maybe 50%? Is that something that we can entertain at some point, like in the near future?
Mr. Chairman, through you, it was this board that adopted that rate. And it took into account a lot of different factors, but approximately about how much we were going to receive. Since then, the amount has increased. We now receive over $1 million a year, whereas when we first started out, we received a fraction of that. Initially, we just started out billing for ALS calls, and now we're billing for ALS and BLS and transport. And as the chief said, we now have 3 buses, whereas we used to have 1.5, and we were supplemented more so through private ambulance services. We still have the backup private ambulance services, but we now bill and transport more patients than ever. So the amount that we're receiving, and consequently the amount that the fire department receives, has increased exponentially every year.
I think at this point, though, Mayor Blake, I think that percentage should be increased like everything else in this world today has increased. I think that their fair share should increase, and I think that'll help supplement them long-term. I think they're out there, they're making the calls. And in fact, correct me if I'm wrong, do you, and I'll ask the chief, do you purchase the ambulances? Does that come out of your budget, or is that something that the city pays for and bonds for?
No, we purchase the ambulances out of that EMS revenue stream.
And Mr. Chair, through you, there's been a variety of different ways that we funded it. There was one year or one purchase of ambulance where a portion was paid through that funding. Other purchases included bonding. Other purchases included a combination of CDBG money and the EMS money. So I think we've purchased in the last 5 years 3 new buses, 3 new rescue trucks, and I think each one has been funded through a different mechanism.
Once again, I just feel that we should increase that. If it came from this board, like the mayor stated, we should, as board members, take some responsibility and have some forward thinking about increasing that to help them so they can fund their department properly. Because the $250,000, I got to tell you, based on what Commissioner McGrath stated, this repair for this one truck is going to be over $50,000. That's not in this budget. So right off the top, they're only going to be left, if the $250,000 was to be added, with $200,000. And I just, with the increase in calls, with, you know, the expansion of the city, with all of the more responsibility, I don't know. I'd like to ask maybe anyone at the board that'd be willing to answer, where do you see the future of the Milford Fire Department? Where do we go from here? I mean, we can't obviously continue in this manner, and I'm trying to create, you know, to increase this revenue streams through EMS, but do we have enough firehouses? Are our firehouses in need of repair? If you need a repair on a firehouse, does that come out of your budget, or is that something that the mayor funds?
It does come out of our budget, and we have that line item for building repairs. Yeah, their headquarters is a jewel, though. It's going to be 100 years old in 28. I'd love to do an anniversary. I'd love to do a big party. But yeah, it could be renovated for sure. It is in a great location. We could go east and west and up through north from that particular location. It's a beautiful, beautiful spot. The other ones are fairly new. Wheelers Farms Road, 69, 70, and then finally East and West are the newest ones that I don't see that they would need any renovation. Maybe Wheelers Farms Road, the 1969 building. The two new ones that we combined, those two firehouses, 5s and 6s, Phil. It's great that we combined them. That location, and I'm not saying we were wrong, the locations aren't really optimal. Maybe we should have thought out a little better putting that firehouse somewhere else. This same thing as the one in Naugatuck Avenue. Yeah, we might have had that land given to us, or we own that piece of property, but it may not have been the best location if you're looking at the city, which is a nice triangle, and seeing where you should put these firehouses. But we make it work, right? However, if you are asking, yes, we do have plans for the future. Part of the plans for the future was laying that ladder truck tower down and adding the third ambulance, because as I said, we're an EMS-based fire department. That's what we do. And we luckily are turning that into some revenue. It's a win-win. We're going to need a fourth ambulance at some point. The calls are coming up. The buildings are building. We're going to need a fourth ambulance. We do need a firehouse, and I put it in the capital plan last year, along with another Quint, but it didn't go forward. We got it this year, but last year when I put them in, it was no. We put a firehouse in. We put in paving for headquarters. We'll go there and check out our lot. That needed done. I put in for the roofs a number of times. We're going to get the roofs repaired. But yes, going forward, another bus, absolutely. A firehouse. I would go further down the Post Road along the town line of Orange, somewhere in that area. There's building there, and there's a lot of calls there. And it does take us time to get there. We're within NFPA guidelines and the correct distance time frame. But we do have plans going forward, and that's one of them. Thank you for that.
Just one more comment, Mr. Chairman, through you, is I firmly believe that percentage, and I don't know if that would go through the ordinance committee, if that has to be changed through ordinance, but I think that should be an action item, especially the fact that they're going to be getting another additional fourth ambulance. That tells me there's going to be more calls, and they should be realizing more of the revenue. And you've heard it from the chief, they're paying for some of these upgrades out of their own budget. The city side isn't supporting them. So I think, in the short term, that would be the correct course of action. And then in the long term, we could, discuss things further. But I don't even know if the $250,000 is enough, to be quite honest. It doesn't sound like it to me. But if you're comfortable with it, you got to let us know.
We are just maintaining the status quo. That's what we're doing. And those days are over. And it's no reflection on anyone or anybody. It's just that these are the facts. And when you sit monthly and have a commission meeting, and you talk about maintenance, you talk about the things that are needed. As the chief alluded to in the beginning, it's $1 million that everything's got to fall under. And there's not much room for error. And then when you throw inflation, you throw COVID, you throw everything into the hopper in the last 24 months, that's where we are.
And Mr. Chairman, through you, just to follow up on Alderman Giantasio's question, it is not correct. We do fund capital expenses for the fire department through the city. The chief and I talked about today, even though the fire department in November 2022 put on the capital improvement plan that next fiscal year, 2024 fiscal year,
they needed new roofs. We identified and funded money for 3 different buildings for the fire department, and we talked about today, $350,000, $400,000 expected for those roofing projects. So that is not coming out of the operational budget for the fire department. That's coming from the city, you know, the city coffers, and we identified that for the capital improvements. And again, there are not just capital improvements that come out of the city side. So for example, the driveways, any type of pavement comes out of the paving accounts on the city side, and it has. There's been, in the last year, 3 or 4 driveways and driveway aprons that have been done, not funded out of the fire department budget, but funded out of other accounts in the city, not part of the operations account for fire, and a lot of other capital improvements.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for the Finance Director. Peter, can you tell us how much the city has realized from the EMS funding? Can you give us a number?
It's in the revenue section of your budget book.
You have a page number?
Any more questions for the fire department? Alderman Casey.
So I do have respect for Commissioner McGrath's assessment. So I just want to drill down in how we're going to do that. Because if we make a motion for the $250,000 to the budget, I think it maybe has to be a line item. So what's the most needed line item you are missing that we can drill down and so I mentioned the vacation relief, you requested $1,350,000. The Board of Benefits only give $950,000. So what is the most pressing need that we can make a motion to restore $250,000?
Well, it's hard to define that total amount in one single line item. But I will, backing up, when we were talking with EMS, is certainly if we can increase that 25%, that will help because we are spending. But the mayor and I, since we started in 2016 taking over the ambulance service, we had a great relationship with Milford Hospital. Milford Hospital was very generous to the fire department, and they took care of us. So Milford Hospital got taken over. We started losing some of that, the liberties there, or the gifts, the donations. And the mayor and I even went and spoke to Yale New Haven with some of the people there, and it's a no. So anything in the EMS realm certainly would be where we could use some of that additional funding.
Okay.
It's costing us much, much more. And Chief Wake-Norris, you want to speak on the EMS side? He's our EMS guy. The supplies and the medicine and drugs alone.
So we're paying where Milford Hospital used to take care of us with medicines in the area of $80,000 now for medicines, and they just continually go up. They'll have shortages, as you know, all the time, like epinephrine, very highly used drug, and it's went up immensely in price. Equipment has gone up in price. Everything since COVID has almost doubled in price. And we are paying more and more out of our EMS budget for those things. We also have to do all the different maintenance of the ambulances and everything, and I'm not talking about the vehicle maintenance, I'm talking about all the interior maintenance. We got stretchers, we have all the equipment that the guys use on those ambulances. All that has gone gone up in price. It's not cheap, and it's not cheap at all. And we used to be subsidized a lot from Lexington Hospital, and I'm very grateful because I was an EMS officer at the time, and they took really good care of us. But we don't have that anymore, and now we're paying a lot more for all the essentials that we use out there for all the constituents that you guys represent. Okay, we do an awful lot of EMS in the city. Okay, you have a lot of good, great, dedicated people in your EMS system. Okay, we have about 6.5-minute response time in our city. That is great compared to some other cities around this state. Okay, you have free ambulances at your disposal that we are running. Sometimes it's hard to get it, like we're talking about budget, it's, you know, we're doing the best we can like the chief says, but sometimes we're running short on things. But we have great response times. We also have great people that are working on these ambulances and doing the job that needs to be done. We run about a 24 to 36 calls per day. We were sitting in the back room while the police department was going and Boys and Girls Village were going, or club were going, and I heard 5 calls dispatched. Okay, on average, we're doing about 600 calls per year, 600 times, not calls, 600 times per year. All 3 ambulances are out there in the community treating patients. That's a lot. And now we're, as the city starts growing, I'm also the fire marshal. The city is growing. We're adding more and more businesses. I think it was 480 last year. And we put on about 500 housing units just last year. Well, we have to have infrastructure in order to support that. We need that there. And if you want your citizens to have great service, which I listened in the commissioners meeting, all these letters that come in, praising our department. And they deserve the praise because they're out there doing the work every single day. But we need that infrastructure if our city's growing to support your constituents.
So one of the issues of like the department requested $350,000 worth of EMS overtime, and Board of Finance only approved $250,000. So that's one of the issues that we were talking about, like overtime for EMS, or like, it's like, yeah, sorry. So one of the issues is your department requested $350,000, and the Board of Finance only approved $250,000. So a net decrease of $100,000 to overtime EMS. Is that one of the issues that you're talking about, that, like, you know, to restore the budget for, like, what exactly is EMS overtime? I guess it's kind of obvious, but maybe not.
I'd have to look at this.
That is the overtime when there's a vacancy or a vacation that's on that ambulance. We try to keep that ambulance overtime dedicated to this particular line item.
Okay, so that was one of the problems with, like, you know, not the budget has the issue of, like, we cannot do as much with it not approving the overtime. The $100,000 less.
Well, we would run out once that we run out of money in that account. We could transfer money from vacation relief into that account to cover that overtime.
And I assume the budget is, you request is spend it like in February, I guess, right? Your budget request is spend it in February? Like, you budget request is spend it in February, you make the request in February, I guess, or like?
December.
Okay, sorry. So then I noticed that the vehicle equipment repair, is $70,000, and that is not including the engine that just went down, like $54,000, correct? So we should increase it, we should increase it more, I guess, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Alderman Gurman.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, through to the chiefs, Chief Ito and the other chiefs. I was thinking the same line as Alderman Gentasio, and maybe increasing that percentage that you guys get of EMS. And you guys have a projection here of, is it the paramedic fees for $1,500,000 for this upcoming budget cycle? Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, on the revenue side of the budget, that represents the 75% or approximate 75% that we anticipate will be brought in. A amount somewhere around $400,000 will be the 25% that goes into a reserve account for the fire department.
So that $1.5 million is to the city side, or is that total?
That represents approximately 75% of what we anticipate bringing in. So if it's $150,000, we anticipate bringing in, if it's approximately $1.5 million, we anticipate bringing in $2 million based on the projections, of which $500,000 would be in the reserve fund and 1.5 would go towards the general fund.
So let's just say hypothetically, you get $2 million this year. And if we were to bump that up to 50%, that would increase your budget for all you do $1 million. Would that make sense? Especially as you're growing and if you have to add another location or another bus and so on and people and so I'm thinking the same lines you're thinking there, Alderman Gentasio. So just want to clarify those numbers.
If you don't mind, I'd like to add a bit more.
Sure.
And I know earlier I touched on the training component, and I kind of singled out training, and again, trying to paint the picture for all of you to understand. If there's one thing that should make you have pause for a moment, again, young firefighters are great. We need them in the job. However, including Chief Rabel, 125 years sitting up here, we cannot impart that wisdom upon a junior firefighter. We could tell them the stories of how we stood in the street and fought the Harrison's Hardware fire and the large marsh fire, and there's photos on the wall. But there's nothing that replaces experience of standing in front of or navigating through a structure fire or an incident or a hazmat incident or a marine rescue incident. But one thing we can do is continue to train them, these young firefighters, and keep them safe. It's monumental that that message is received. I can't compel that enough to you. We are at a tipping point, I believe, in my experience, that if we don't address that, if we don't start committing our efforts, the monetary backing, not just to train the firefighters and say, hey, we're going to send you off to a class, but to provide them relief to do so. As Chief Wake Norris mentioned earlier, we have 3 ambulances running on the road 600 times a year. Who are those ambulances staffed by? They're staffed by those junior firefighters that just were released from the academy. They're out running around. So now our training hours are from 10 to 12 and 1 to 3 daily. We have an aggressive training program here in Milford. It's part of what makes us a Class 1 department. However, we cannot keep these firefighters on the training ground while they're out caring for your constituents. So how do you solve that? You solve that by relieving them from duty and sending them to training and hiring an overtime firefighter to cover them. That may be the bitter pill to swallow in this room. It might not be what people want to hear, but with 125 years, this is what we're telling you. We're supposed to sit here as a subject matter experts and give our honest, heartfelt opinions to you to keep your constituents safe. This is where we stand today. If we do not address these things, such as training especially, we stand at risk of losing the Class 1 designation. It's a 10-year cycle that they come around and reevaluate. We're approximately about 5 years since we last, and I sat through that process. I was actually at the lead of that at the time in the training division. And it's rigorous. And there's a lot of information you have to provide. And in that information, like I said, is the documentation, the training, and you have to show that you check those boxes. And again, so I do appreciate your consideration, but I implore to you all that we are here before you today, that this needs to change. Thank you.
Alderman Brennan.
I have a couple of questions through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Can you explain, you said you have an extensive training program. Could you give us a little summary of that? And then also, you identify that you have your firefighters on the ambulance. So what about EMT, paramedics on the ambulance versus a firefighter?
Sure. So the EMTs, paramedics, we have approximately, 27 paramedics within the department currently provide ALS care. However, they are assigned throughout the city on various pieces of apparatus and on various shifts. Now, I know Chief Ito, myself, and Chief Wake Norris, we do our best to balance amongst the 4 working shifts that has an equal representation of ALS care across the 4 shifts. However, with vacations, contractually, we are only obligated to maintain 2 paramedics on duty on any given day. So there could only be 2 paramedics within the city at times. The firefighters, EMTs, everyone in the department is a firefighter. Everyone in the department is at least at the EMT level. So when there's a medical response, you're getting BLS care at minimum, with ALS care coming possibly on a separate.
BLS is basic life support, okay, where you can maintain somebody's CPR, all that stuff. Advanced life support is basically you're a doctor in the field. The only thing you don't have is a lab and x-rays. You're doing a lot of the stuff that an ER doc is doing in an ER, except you're doing it in the street.
Through you, may I continue? So understanding that, but like how many do you have on the ambulance, and are they both or 3 or whatever your number is that you're having on that, all firefighters with that level? I mean, I don't know what the requirements are, but you can have EMTs who are not firefighters, correct?
No.
No, you cannot.
That is not correct. All firefighters are certified.
No, I understand all firefighters are EMT, but can you have an EMT who's not a firefighter? No. No. Okay.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. To the mayor. Mr. Mayor, when you were talking about capital plan and putting roofs on firehouses and so forth, that's all bonded. That would be bonded?
The roofs we've identified through other funding sources, but generally, things that are capital nature, we either bond them, or we get a grant for them, or we fund them through some other mechanism.
And that holds true for all our buildings. These are city buildings anyway.
It depends. It depends if there's money in the budget. Generally, the budget has kind of general repairs allocated towards it. So it does have, there are line items for building repairs, but those aren't big repairs. Those aren't
anything big.
Things that are 6 figures generally.
Anything big as a roof and whatever, and has to go out, and it would be bonded. Just like it's our building. We own the city owns the buildings as they own all the schools. As the building, as a roof goes on a building in a school, it's bonded out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The other question is, and this is fast, and I should really know this, do you guys carry the Narcan on the buses? Correct. Okay, so you're all set with that. And the other thing is just a hypothetical kind of thing, and it doesn't relate to you guys, The Board of Education, when they want to do their training, they call it professional development, and they say, no school. Other city employees, if they need to be trained on computers or whatever, take an hour, go get trained. But you guys have to work this together, because you can't say, no fires today, no medical emergencies. So there is a cost to all of this. There's a cost. It's a labor-intensive issue, just as a lot of our departments are labor-intensive, but more so than, police department, education, fire department, and so forth. So again, I hope that point is clearly made, and you have my support, and thank you for all you do.
Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you, Chairman, through you to Chief. There's been and thank you all for being here today and going through this process. There's been a lot of discussion in the last few minutes here about training and various expenses, and certainly you've made it known that you have a relatively young force, and certainly that makes training a very important aspect of everything you do. And I'm just hearing a lot of discussion on this, and as I'm looking at the numbers under the operational expenses, and what I'm seeing isn't exactly matching up with what I think I'm hearing, so I just want to understand what I may be missing. From what I can see, there was an amount that was requested by the department that was recommended by the mayor and also recommended by the Board of Finance. And in looking at that amount, it appears to be approximately 17% more than what was allocated in the prior year. And then looking 2 years past, maybe 5 times what was actually spent two budget seasons ago. So when I look at this, at least in this particular category, unless there's a need that wasn't put forth by the department in the budget, it just does appear to me that the support was there with the recommendation. And if I'm missing something, I'd like to understand what I am missing. Thank you.
When you look back, you'll notice that the cell phones are off. In past years also, we lost software, computers, computer printers, all that went to the MIS, to Adam Heller's, and the cell phones, I believe, went as well too. That was $18,000, so you'll see a difference there of $18,000.
So just to follow up on what the chief said, through you, Mr. Chair, for the most part, computers, at least desktops, were centralized in the city under the MIS department, so they were removed from individual departments like the fire department, like the mayor's office, like the health department, and centralized so that we can leverage purchasing power. And also for the maintenance of that equipment, it just worked better when the MIS department was the lead agency to fulfill the needs of each department, as opposed to having each department budget for computers or desktops or things of that nature. It was a better system, and it was financially a better fit for the city.
Any more questions for the fire department?
Yes.
Alderman Parente.
Thank you. Last year, I wasn't here because I had COVID, and I didn't get to ask questions I wanted to about sort of the aftermath of COVID for all of you. You were the ones who were out on the front lines in our community, and I have the ARPA plan in my hand, and I'm struggling to find where you guys are reflected in here. What are other needs that could be met by us? You were out there on our behalf, and we need to be here on your behalf so that we can support you adequately going forward, and to ensure, as my colleague Alderman Vitale said, really our job, what's vested in our authority, is to make sure that we are attending to the health, welfare, and public safety of our community. Thank you.
microphone is on.
I just was asking if there's anything else that, had you had an opportunity to have requests met in the ARPA plan, is there anything else that you would want us to understand about what is important for you as, providing safety to our community and to us? Thank you.
Do you want to speak on ARPA?
Yeah, well, with ARPA, just get my notes here. Did have it down here somewhere.
So like Chief Mello said earlier today, that he was not asked at the table, the fire department was not asked at the table in the ARPA committee. We did, and I think Chris had something.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Chief Ito.
Said we were not invited to the ARPA table, as well as the police department, as Chief Mello said earlier. And I thought Chris had some stuff on it, but because I don't know exactly the numbers, but we did get some equipment. In the past, EMS Chief Mwasmer, some EMS equipment, stretchers, and defibrillators, the Lucas CPR machines, and we got some computers, MDTs, mobile data terminals for fire trucks. But what was the number? I don't know. Less than 500,000 for the equipment.
Less than 500.
We got $411,000 through ARPA. That was our whole amount that we received. In comparison, the police department got about $2.4 million, and public Parks and Recs got about $1.5 million.
And Mr. Chairman, through you, every single request of the fire department that they made was honored. And in addition to those specific fire department items, there were a lot of townwide items that impacted the fire department, everything from security to MIS to fiber, additional fiber to the fire department, to rewiring the fire departments, to a big portion was, multi-million-dollar portion, as you know, was towards health insurance for the fire department members. So overall, it was pretty proportional to each department. And again, every request that the fire department made was honored in terms of the ARPA funding.
I'd like to take a moment to clarify something. Again, we're going to go back to when COVID first occurred. I want to frame this because how quickly we forget. When the pandemic first hit in late 2019 overseas and it was coming here, the fear was if you caught COVID, you were going to end up on a ventilator and in a hospital and most likely pass away. So by March 2020, or actually late 2019, I had just been promoted to the Assistant Chief of Operations position in the department. It was my first order of business to be thrown into an unprecedented pandemic of which there's no script. And the three chiefs, we sat down, we rolled up our sleeves, we said, well, we're going to get ahead of this. So we drafted operational plans, operational directives that changed daily, sometimes multiple times a day, conveyed our plans to the floor. They geared up without hesitation. We were walking into hospitals with full PPE. We stocked up on PPE, and we walked into that pandemic without fear. We did our job.
Laughed at it, yeah.
We even got laughed at Yale, as a matter of fact, by the two. They said, why are you guys coming in here all geared? And then, and as you know, there were the drama on the news with the temporary morgues and whatnot. Let's paint that picture. However, fast forward to the ARPA funds, and as the chief mentioned, yes, I have to say, or we have to say, it was incredibly disappointing and insulting not to get an invite to the table. We were on the front lines of that pandemic. All of us. Multiple hours of overtime, not going home for shifts, vacancies beyond that you couldn't believe, you couldn't imagine. There were people working 5, 6, 7 consecutive shifts in a row without going home to see their families. It was challenging. So I just want to say, in the bigger picture, hey, what else would you have asked for? Well, the clear message to us was for, don't ask, because we weren't invited.
Thank you for being candid about that, and I want you to know, and I think I speak on a lot of us here, that we're so impressed by your fortitude and what you have provided to us in this community, and we're just very lucky. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, guys.
Any more questions for the fire department? Alderman Brochure.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to echo Alder Parente's comments of and sentiment about thank you for all that you do for the community and all that you did over COVID and continue to do, and just thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Just want a final comment from the commission standpoint that we appreciate your openness, we appreciate your thoughts, and I know at the end of the day, it's not easy, and I sympathize with your job is, but understand what was said here tonight is the gospel. There's no reason for us to fluff it. There's no reason for us to play games. You know what this department does. I can't speak highly enough about the men and women of this department and the administration of this department. And we are damn lucky to have all of them. And I thank you for your time tonight. Thank you.
Any more questions for the fire department? Seeing none, thank you very much, gentlemen. I guess, Chief, you got to stay here because we're going to be going on to the fire, lights and hydrants.
Yeah, like always, again, and I defer to Peter. I said, these are always the accounts that just pay the bills. They're under our purview, the lights, Peter does, the fire hydrants. I think while we're at it, then there's CMed, if you wanted. And then emergency management, if you have any questions.
Does anybody have any questions regarding lights, hydrants, and water? Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, this might be to the mayor. Have all the lighting been switched over to LEDs at this point in all the city departments and throughout the city?
This line item under lights, hydrants, and water, that represents street lights, and the answer is yes. I don't know of any ones that have not been switched over to LED. So I know that all the street lights, we rent all our street lights pretty much. There's a few that we own that are not part of this line item, but most of these are through UI and ones that we rent through UI. The downtown lights, for example, those are not through UI, those lamp posts. I think that there's also ones that we own on Naugatuck Ave, or the end of Naugatuck Ave, but the vast majority of our street lighting are those Cobra headlights, and those are through UI. And they have been switched over to LED. The majority have been switched over to, at least in residential neighborhoods, the 3,000 Kelvin. There are a couple of commercial corridors that have 4,000 Kelvin, but they are all LED.
Thank you.
Any more questions regarding lights, hydrants, and water? Seeing none, we'll move on to emergency management. Any questions regarding emergency management? I don't see any. Moving right on to CMed. Any questions for the staff of the fire department considering CMed? I don't see any. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming out tonight and answering all our questions. And thank you for the great job you're doing for the city.
Thank you for your work as well.
Next item on our agenda is Public Library. Good evening, Chris.
Good evening. I'm Chris Angeli. I'm the director of the Public Library, and I am joined by one of our library board members, Amanda Kemp. I want to thank you for your time. I definitely understand you have been having a very challenging week. As I was preparing, I'm going to lose your microphone. As I was preparing for the budget this time around, this is my 10th season going in, I was looking at my past requests, and one thing that struck me consistently was that every single year I have come in, excluding salary obligations, come in at a flat budget. Looking at my request for this year, some of my operational and capital costs are less than what I had paid for 10 years ago. So I want you to know that we're being frugal and fiscally responsible while we're trying to increase our services. And I'll talk a little bit more about my specific budget requests in a second. But one thing I really wanted to do was sort of paint a picture for you of the library. What I have found with people are, if you are a library user, you are a library lover. If you are not a library user, you probably really don't have any idea what's going on in the modern library, or you have this really idealized vision of, you know, when you were a kid and went to story time yourself. So coming into our library at any given day now, what you would see are people, remote workers, using our tables and our Wi-Fi and our staff to get their work done in a community setting. You will see staff doing local history and genealogical research, especially Milford genealogical research for our community members. You will see staff helping people build business plans. You will see staff helping people on computers and their own devices. That's a big one for us now. You will see children at story times with their families and grandparents. There are so many activities that are going on. It is not the quiet place that I think many people assume a library is. It is really a vibrant hub of the community. I was very heartened to see that about a week ago there was an article in Time magazine that was co-authored by our state U.S. Senator Chris Murphy. And in that he even wrote, sorry I have to put my glasses on, he talks about the political situation and the isolationism that we're all feeling and the big divides that we have now, and how that we need these community spaces that really bring us together. And what he says was, he says, government can support the growing trend to reimagine public libraries as vibrant, cross-generational community hubs that provide, for example, classes, civic events, collaborative workspaces, and storytelling. And I am so proud when I read that to say that we are doing all of those things. And I thank you for your support in the past years, because all of that has enabled us to do so. To sort of give you a snapshot, an additional snapshot, just in March, this past March, we circulated 21,063 physical items. Just in March, we circulated 3,656 digital items. We had 69 programs in March that served 1,747 people. We had over 800 reference questions. Those are the genealogical questions, the history questions, the how do I find something on the internet questions. And then we also had 76 instances of one-on-one technical help, things that our community needs. People coming in and saying, how do I do this? And our staff are trained and talented enough to do so. It's a wonderful resource for the community, and I think we do great, but funding matters. One thing I tend to bring up fairly often here is that the Connecticut State Library issues a report every year. It's an annual report of data for the libraries all across the state. And out of the 177 libraries in the state that reported this year, only 25 have a lower per capita rate than Milford for library services. The per capita rate for library services is about $22.36. If you look at our neighboring libraries, Stratford is a little over $62, Orange a little over $46, West Haven $25, and as we often get asked, how come you can't do this that one of our Gold Star libraries in the state, Westport, does, it's because they spend about $176 per capita on their library services. Funding matters. While I did not ask for a budget with an increase again this year, other than the contractual salary obligations, I do want you to be aware of that. We are creative. We are nothing but creative and frugal at the library. This year, we've added an online calendar of events that has online program registration, something our community has asked for. We've added software so users can reserve our 2 new meeting rooms, our private meeting rooms that we added during COVID, so that people who work from home or have Zoom meetings have a place to access. We have added streaming video service, another big ask for our users. And we've updated the program room to better accommodate all of the community programs that we host. It's a very busy place at the library. I would love to answer all your questions about what my budget request is. You will see that the one big thing I've asked for really is an increase in our digital, our electronic media account. That is our downloadable ebooks, downloadable audiobooks, our streaming video service. I've asked for $25,000, and I can tell you right now that that is not enough. It is not enough by far. When COVID hit, so many people, when the library closed and when we reopened slowly and when people still had concerns about coming, digital usage skyrocketed for us. What was heartening was when library services reopened, the physical circulation of items and the physical use of the building also went up. People discovered the library during COVID because of the digital resources, came into the building and became, as I said earlier, those people who saw the library and loved the library. So really, I'm just asking at this point in time, we've reallocated resources, we've switched items around, we've been creative, but our biggest increase has been in the digital media account. You guys have a really tough time this year. I've been watching all of your public hearings, and I don't envy you. I've listened to my colleagues and heard their frustration over some of funding issues. We all want to do the best we can for our community. But there's only so much we can all do when we hit that wall. I thank you for all your support in the past. I thank you for your support going forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Anyone have any questions? Alderman Brozier.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Chris, thank you so much for all you do, and you do a fantastic job with the library. On the digital, on the electronic media piece, can you talk a little bit about the licensing involved with that? I think that would be a helpful context for folks.
Yes, it is. Thank you. That's an excellent question. Many people assume that the book that you can buy, say, as a digital ebook on Amazon for $25 is exactly what we pay. They assume that it's a digital file that we can loan that same file out to multiple people at the same time. That's not the case. Libraries have certain agreements with publishing houses, and our terms are much more restricted. In fact, there are state bills before the Connecticut State Legislature right now to push publishers to make those conditions more favorable. An example would be an ebook that you might buy on Amazon for $25 that you own. I can't get that same book for our library collection at that price, if I can get it, because some publishers will not allow library lending. So some of the books that you might pay $25 for, we're paying $140 to lease that book. And when we lease that book, it comes with terms. The terms might be that we've only leased it for a year and then have to release it again. It might be that we've leased it for 26 circulations and then we have to release it again. It is an extremely expensive operation for us, but one that we think is extraordinarily valuable because it helps cut that divide, right? Not everybody can physically come into the library and get materials. Those people who have the economic means at home can buy their own materials, but others cannot. So it is something that we find extremely important to make sure that everybody has equitable access. But our conditions are really not the same, and that is an excellent question. I will also add that not only do we have to purchase those items or lease those items, we also have to purchase the platform that we lend them out on. So we're not lending them out on Audible or Amazon. We're lending them out on a specific library-vended platform. I can tell you now, our digital collection, let me see, I have that information right now, is through Overdrive, which is a company you may have heard of. It's one of the more popular ones. Wait a minute, I did just pick it out. It might be something that you get calls from people about upset about their inability to access e-material. So currently we lease, at this moment in time, 21,548 ebooks, 8,354 audiobooks, and we have a shared collection of e-magazines that's close to 5,000. Currently, we have 13,000 of those are checked out. 44,000 items are on hold. They're on hold because we cannot buy 10 copies of the latest John Grisham or the latest other bestseller because we just cannot afford it. The average wait time for a digital content item is about 110 days. It is not ideal. It is not a service that it is a service that I'm proud that we can provide. It is not a service that I am proud of the level that we are providing it. And I would like to increase that. And so you will see that's the increase that is reflected in my budget. Excellent question. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, can I follow up? And sort of along the lines of when you were talking about the staff capacity and providing services related to, it sounds like startups or small businesses who are coming into the library and working out of there. Can you talk a little bit about the amount of time that takes, maybe as a percentage of a staffer's time, and some of the more specific tasks related to that they're tackling? Just curious as to what that looks like.
Sure. So we have 15 full-time staff at the library, including myself and our office assistant. So really 13 people that are out on the floor. We've been down in position all year. So 13 people. Out of the staff, some are specifically trained for children's services and some are trained more for the reference services. So out of the people that are assisting with things like job help and business development, it is really two staff that have gone through training, they've taken classes, library has its own section of pages, which has all of our information, including our new online calendar, which has all of the events. We obviously are also on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So there's many ways. We do have we have a newsletter that you can sign up for through the city's site, where you sign up for all the different newsletters from the departments. The libraries comes out as well, our calendar of events. We have just installed some digital signage boards in the library to promote everything that is going on, as well as some of our services if you happen to be in the library. We are trying. We're trying to get it out there as much as we can, but again, it tends to be more haphazard when you don't have one dedicated person.
And just one follow-up, Mr. Chairman. For the marketing position, is it possible to find somebody to do it part-time, 20 hours a week, so to speak, to start and fill into something bigger or to get something going, or is that hard to do?
I suppose everything is possible. As you have seen, I think we as the library operating have done quite a bit with very little staff. However, I think a position like that requires really knowledge of everything that's going on in the building. Again, we serve people, we have services for people from birth to seniors. It is a wide range of activities we do, so somebody has to have a large breadth of everything that's going on in the building and has to be there. And I think a full-time position is the way to be best served.
Thank you.
Any more additional questions for the library? Alderman Brozier.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Chris, how do you go about identifying grant opportunities for the library?
Grant opportunities?
Yeah.
There are some that are advertised on the Connecticut State Library website. We did get a grant to do the Children's Department renovations a few years back. So there is a lot through that. Also through the Community Foundation of Greater New Haven. I've been to classes through there to get grants. So in those areas. I will say a lot of grants are not available to us because we are not a 501c3 organization. Our Friends of the Library, who I was remiss in mentioning earlier, we do have a completely volunteer organization called the Friends of the Milford Library, who raise funds and provide the money for all of our programming. I do not ask for that in my city budget. It's all volunteer money raised. But the Friends of the Library is a 501c3, sometimes do seek out those grants as well with our support.
Got it. Thank you.
Any more additional questions for the library? Seeing none, thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For answering all our questions, and thank you for the great job you're doing for the city
Thank you. Have a good night.
and for the residents. Next item on the agenda is Mayor's Office, page 17. Mayor Ben Blake.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I present to you the 2023-2024 Mayor's Office budget found in your packets 17 and page 18. I'm also happy to answer questions on page 19 under general expenses, along with our finance director. It's relatively status quo mayor's budget. The only adjustments, I believe, are the contractual wage adjustments.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Mr. Mayor, where is the account that all these budget books are printed and so forth? Is it printing and binding?
Yes, under general expenses, budget and reports, 554702 on page 19. The annual report is one of the items that comes out of that account. I'm sorry, the budget books, the annual report, those are some of the items that come out of that account.
Yeah, okay, because I saw the printing and binding, I didn't think they were only $300. That would be quite a bargain, yeah.
For the budget, we can get the exact numbers from the finance director, but I do know that the annual report does have to be published in a newspaper of general circulation. That's a pretty large item for that advertising.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any more questions for the mayor's office? Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mayor Blake. Mayor Blake, the chief of staff gets a car. That's part of the position. You get a car, Justin, is that right? Is that Tahoe you're driving? Is that leaking oil? Because there's like this huge oil spill underneath your car. I mean, and you're the only one that parks over there, and I've noticed it, and it's getting bigger and bigger. I mean, what's going on with that? Are you going to fix that or what?
Mr. Chair, through you, I believe the Tahoe is at Public Works right now. But there is a list of assigned vehicles. It stems from a city policy that preceded me as mayor as to who gets take-home vehicles.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the take-home vehicle. I'm just, making note that, because I park on this side when I come here, and that thing needs some attention, some maintenance. And I see that you have a line item in here, and I don't know, if it comes out of your office budget when you get his car serviced, or is that part of Public Works, or what?
Maintenance of all city vehicles for all departments, other than the wastewater, comes out of Public Works.
Make sure you check the oil, Justin.
Alderman Archiola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the mayor. This is just for my own edification. I just noticed that, I'm just looking at the capital outlays line items, and I noticed that historically everything is always zero, and I just wanted to know if you could explain like the video equipment, chairs, and computer, and what the purpose of those line items are, or the function of them, rather.
Again, I mentioned before, we've centralized our computers. So all of the departments for at least laptops, desktops for city employees should be centralized under the MIS department. It remains in our budget because it doesn't fall off, but those have been centralized for the computers. In terms of chairs, we don't have any requests for chairs this year, and video equipment, we don't have any requests for video equipment, but we do have a replacement cycle for our computer systems. It's just they have been centralized through the MIS department. So there is a larger line item under computers in the MIS department, and it has been for the last couple of years.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions for the mayor's office? Alderman Parente.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you to the mayor. Can you tell us about the CCM levy? I assume that's every year. I don't know how they come up with that amount.
So that is it's based on the size of your community, and it's based on the number of people that are within your community. So if we have approximately 55,000 people in Milford, it is a levy that is proportional to that.
And what does it include? What do we, by putting into that, as other municipalities do around the state, what do they provide to us?
So there are 169 towns and cities in the state at this point. All 169 towns and cities are members of CCM. That hasn't always been the case. They provide, professional development to boards and commissions in the cities, including members of the Board of Aldermen, all boards in town. But they are our chief arm for lobbying at the state level. They have government relations division that I would say is their number one asset to cities and towns. They lobby and promote municipal causes. And in addition to that, they provide data services, they provide research that our departments take advantage of. I know our legal department frequently takes advantages of it. They provide information for negotiations for our collective bargaining discussions. They provide, a host of other services to towns, not just Milford, but all of the towns in Connecticut.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up on that. They do offer an annual conference, is that correct? Or at least they used to. I went to many years ago, and it was very informative.
Yeah, they offer annual conferences and many conferences in between.
So anybody on the board or any city official or any of the other boards can attend and learn all kinds of municipal stuff.
Yes, and again, throughout the year, there's conferences and offerings for professional development, if you will. Classes on things like parliamentary procedure or other areas of interest for municipal officials.
Alderman Beatty.
Through you, Chairperson Vitro, thank you. Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate for us to have a budget item for the Board of Aldermen within the mayor's budget, mayor's section? We're decidedly not part of the mayor's administration, but in light of the conversation about CCM, some of us are talking about if we went to one of the conferences that CCM offers, if we had travel and a dinner and do some team building and talking, is there a line item in the budget, and should we put it in? And likewise, sometimes if we want to petition for a document, like to receive this document, is there a line item where we could get stamps or paper or duplication, and where would that go?
So that's on page 14 under the Board of Aldermen budget. There are items.
Oh, I missed that. I'm thinking, but we don't have a staff member designated. We used to. I missed that.
It was before my time too. This is my 20th budget, and
so it's 6,000 already. So we have it. All right.
Chairman Vitro?
Yes, Alderman Willis.
Through you to the mayor, we used to have, we did have an assistant, I remember quite a while ago. It's probably even before, yeah, like you said, it's before your time, so I don't know. It's
again, it's historical information. This is my 20th budget, and during those 20 years, we did not have a full-time person under the Board of Aldermen budget. I think you have to go back 30 years in order to see that.
we used to have a assistant, her name was, excuse me, Rosalie. We did have her, so I don't know how long ago that was, but again,
I only know it was more than 20 years ago.
Any more questions for the mayor's? Oh, Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Just for the alderman's sake, CCM is extremely helpful. You can give them a call and do some research for you. They'll get data for you and so forth. But they also inform, I guess the mayor is involved with it too, because I think they inform the mayor on a call, not on a call, but I think they alert the mayor's office about they getting calls from the aldermen and using the information and you know, getting optimum use of CCM and making sure that, you know, everything is used appropriately. But they are extremely helpful, extremely helpful.
And they have vast resources, I know. Thank you, Ray.
Any more questions for the mayor's office? Seeing none, go on to the next item, general expenses. Mayor Blake. Any questions for general expenses? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. There was a department, general expenses department. I don't know what's the department, number one. Number two, there's a department request, the mayor's request and then the infinite judgment of the finance department to increase that suggestion by $6,000. Where do they get that knowledge to increase that budget?
What line item?
First line, 514117, seasonal, 534140, professional services and audit.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that is our audit through, is it still Blum Shapiro? It's a new name, but that is our annual audit. That fee was increased, or that expense was increased between the time when the department made its recommendation and the time where Peter and I met, and when the Board of Finance adjudicated their budget. And so that's why there was that adjustment. They had a percentage increase in the amount that they charged the city, but that line item is exclusively for our audit.
I just thought they had some infinite wisdom that we didn't have, so I guess it was an interim decision that was made that the increases took place. Thank you.
Any more questions for general expenses? Seeing none, move on to the next item on the agenda, open space. Mr. Grant, how are you, Jeremy?
I'm doing really well. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the work that you do. I know firsthand how difficult it is and how challenging this process is, so I really appreciate the time that you put into it. Our open spaces are an amazing natural resource for the city. People are out using them, enjoying them 7 days a week. We're definitely lucky enough in a city of over 50,000 people to have places where people can actually get out and enjoy nature and just immerse themselves in everything it has to offer. We're also lucky enough to have amazing residents that take and volunteer to do cleanups, that take in to help remove invasives. We have an amazing public works department that helps and that maintains our parks and does fantastic jobs that are usable for everybody in our city. We also, because of the time of the year right now, have some great events coming up. This Saturday is Earth Day, where we're going to be having an Earth Day festival on the green, where people can learn about some of the different things that are happening in the natural environment. It's between 10 and 4 on the Milford Green. This will be followed by the next weekend, the third year we're doing a tree giveaway where 500 trees are given away to Milford residents to plant in their yards. This takes and enhances our community in numerous amounts of ways. We're having, in the past 3 years, 1,500 trees planted in our neighborhoods. It's just unbelievable that we're able to take and do that kind of quantity. We also did this past fall some great plantings around the city and different parks. I'm sure people have noticed some of the trees that were planted on the green. That was a great collaboration with Public Works.
Excuse me, Jeremy, how tall are those trees that you're giving away?
They range. So they range everywhere from about 3 feet to about 8 feet, depending on the species. Yes, so they are still young trees that will take decades to grow, but they are they're not small seedlings. We're actually taking and giving something substantial that a family will be able to take and plant in their yard. Children will be able to take and see these trees grow. People will be able to take and have these mature trees when they are even selling their home, or a new family coming in will be able to enjoy it.
Thank you.
Also, I want to take and announce tonight that Milford, for the second year in a row, was recognized by the Arbor Day Foundation as a tree city. It's an award given to municipalities that take and care for and maintain the urban forestry. Also, this was the first year we were eligible for and did receive the Growth Award from the Arbor Day Foundation, which basically is going above and beyond what's required for the Tree City Award. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Alderman Marlowe.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Jeremy. Jeremy, open space, is the city looking at acquiring any other properties for open space?
So we would always like to take and preserve any of the existing open space that's privately owned. If there are any parcels that, you know, become available, it does get reviewed in the city. I don't believe there are any currently, but you know, if you or any of the other alders take in, you know of a parcel that could become available, it would be definitely something that, you know, we'd like to review. And even if the city isn't interested, we do have a wonderful Milford Land Trust that takes in, preserves natural spaces in our city as well.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Jeremy, good to see you. You don't have anything to do with all the big trees getting cut down, do you?
I don't, Alder Gurman. I know that, you know, at times trees do become diseased and you know, they do become safety issues, so they do need to be taken down. It's always unfortunate because I think, especially with, you know, the tree giveaway, I mean, people are starting to realize how long it takes to replace some of these mature trees. You know, planting an 8-foot tree is fantastic, but it's going to take 10, 20 years for it to look anything like, you know, what you think a tree is.
One follow-up. Also, can you give some examples of some community people that are doing some, I don't know, area cleanups or whatever, ground maintenance, you know, forest maintenance or anything like that? And do you have to have approval from the city? And is there any city help or public works help? And how's that all work? Or do you have, you know, how do the people get that done?
Yeah, so I wouldn't even be able to even come close to naming all the different groups, but, you know, we have Boy Scout groups, we have, I mean, this Saturday we have the law football team that's going to be doing a cleanup. We have the master gardeners that take and do an amazing job maintaining all of the rain gardens in the city. You know, we have different businesses that come forward that want to do groups. And then sometimes we just have neighborhoods that have a small parcel near them. You know, for example, Walker Pond, there's been a lot of just neighborhood, you know, individuals that come together and take in, you know, do a cleanup. We've had REI come and do support. And on the city end, I have to lend out different trash grabbers and bag rings to hold the bags open that get used dozens of times throughout the year. And actually it's something we're taking and looking at getting some more because of just how many cleanups and how many different people want to come forward and help there are.
And Mr. Chairman, one special one is celebrating its 15th anniversary is the Mackenzie Beach Cleanup, which is the first Saturday in May each year. Unfortunately, this may be the last Mackenzie Beach Cleanup because Mackenzie started this when she was a very little girl, and she's now off at college in Florida, but she's coming back to make sure that the 15th annual Mackenzie Beach Cleanup is a success.
Any more questions for Mr. Grant? Seeing none, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you for answering questions. Thanks for the job you're doing for the city. Next item on the agenda is the Borough of Woodmont, Mr. Ed Benessi. Warden Ed Benessi.
Yeah, and let's see, it's my 14th time addressing you guys as warden, and it could be my last if my wife has her way and finds a way to get a write-in candidate to beat me on May 1st, but we'll see. I think I'll be here a few more times. Justin, I have an idea in this time of fiscal conservativeness. If you could identify where that oil is leaking, you get a can under there, you catch it, and then you just put it right back in at the top. Thank you all for what you do. You have long days, long nights. We have some too, not as long as you do. For those of you, I know I've said this many times before, but I do like to make sure that it's reiterated. We are not a beach association. We are a municipality within a municipity, one of 6 active boroughs in the state of Connecticut. We all are also members of CCM. We find CCM very helpful to us, advising us on legislation, advising us on purchasing. We actually have gone through the process of getting a new auditor in the last 2 years, and they were very helpful in guiding us in that direction. But our municipality, within your municipality, we cover everything that the city does in the rest of the city, 250 miles. We have about 6 miles of roadway, about 1 square mile along the coast. We get beat up pretty bad by storms, especially with the climate changes that we've been having. And we do this without any employees. I am I consider myself a unpaid part-time member of several different departments, Public Works, Police. We also provide additional police coverage during the summer through use of the Milford Police Department. We had been using our own vehicle up until COVID. We are now looking at replacing that vehicle, but in the meantime, we are paying for off-duty Milford police officers using the Milford police vehicle. We also provide the location for the East Shore Emergency Communication Tower at no cost to the city. We do a lot. We do a lot with no employees. Every time I am involved in renegotiating a public works contract, I actually bring it into, I've brought it into Chris Saley, but I used to bring it into his predecessor, Bruce Kolwitz. And what they have both told me is, Chris, just a couple of months ago when I was showing him what the contract is, and this is for everything. It is snow plowing, street paving, storm cleanup, drains. We handle all of the catch basins. And Chris is looking through it and he says, okay, well, this is just for your snow plowing, right? I said, no, this is for everything. He said, there's no way. He said, if the borough was abolished and you put $265,000 more in the public works budget, he said that would cover just about the snow plowing. So we're proud of the work we do. Been doing it a long time. I first got on the board in 1981. My dad was on the board in the 1960s. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for the Borough of Woodlawn? Alderman Dan Gorman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not really a question, just a comment. We've had a lot of storms there over the years, and like Mr. Benessi said, the Public Works, which is Malico, does an amazing job, first thing in the morning, the next day, and by noon the street is cleaned up. You never know there was a massive storm there. But they really do a good job. Snow plowing, everything. They do a really good job in the community.
Thank you, Dan. I have some bad news. I just signed the last contract with Malico, Donna Malico. Mrs. Malico has given him the ultimatum that they need to start spending some time down in Florida during the winter months. So Jimmy has assured me that he's not going to leave us in the lurch, but that contract, which he has held for decades, is going to be expiring October 1st, I believe, 2024. So, the greatest part about Jimmy is I don't even have to pick up the phone. I mean, I pick up the phone and all of a sudden I see he's already got the salt or the sand on the truck. He's he communicates with the Public Works, Milford Public Works Department as well. He's sitting there watching Channel 12 weather and the Weather Channel, and he sits there, lives in the borough, takes pride in the borough. This morning I was driving along Beach Avenue and there was a huge tree that had washed up down on Hawley Avenue Beach. And I took a picture of it. I texted to his wife because Jimmy doesn't text. And she texts back. She says, Jimmy already saw it. He's going to get he's going to get the backloader. And he has a location behind the Borough Hall and the barn back there. And it's like clockwork. So I don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to try to figure something out.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Isn't his son taking over the business?
We've talked about that. It's his son actually, when Jimmy has reduced his operation, he had a much larger company. Basically, Jimmy's in his early 70s, and he is basically the only thing he is doing now in his retirement in the last 8 to 10 years is the Borough Public Works. That's all he does now. But when he was doing all of the state plowing and that sort of a thing, young Jim the third, actually used to do the borough plowing, so he knows the areas and that sort of a thing. But young Jim has expanded the business also, and that might be a possible solution. We're not sure yet. I'm open to suggestions.
Any more questions for the Borough of Woodmont? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Warden.
And Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you. We've worked together for a number of years. I congratulate you. I did that before at the Finance Board meeting, but I congratulate you on your new position. We are losing, I think, a very steady hand on the tiller. And I'm hoping that we have a little bit of continuity here in your office, but I want to thank you for your fairness in working with the Borough of Woodmont over all these years. And thank you all.
Next item on the agenda is the Human Resources Department. Tanya Barnes. Good evening, Tanya.
Good evening.
Been a long wait.
Just a little bit. So good evening, everyone. I'm Tanya Barnes. I'm the Human Resources Director for the city. Just a quick little overview of what we do. We handle the recruitment for the city, not uniform. Police and fire do their own recruitment. We do handle all of the benefits administration for the entire city, pension administration. We have been rolling out some training, software training with our new testing module. We have wellness initiatives that we roll out through our Employee Wellness Center, and we host different activities like lunch and learns, fitness classes, walking challenges, work very closely with the City Attorney's Office in contract negotiations. We just settled all of our contracts. We are gearing up for 2 new contracts that are due to expire June 30th of this year, and then handle any investigations, workers' comp work. We work closely with the City Attorney's Office as well, and any grievances and labor relations matters. So that's just an overview of what we do. In terms of my budget is overall flat. The only increase is for, again, contractual as everybody else. The union that my staff is a part of settled this year. And then there were 2 line items that I did make small requests. One was in the
at about 8 for foreign.
Was in training. I initially had spoken to the IT director who suggested that perhaps we could centralize training for technical services to teach employees how to utilize the Microsoft suite and some other soft skills. Also, in talking with other department heads, try to promote some training for newly promoted supervisors and the like. So again, with the mayor, we were able to settle at a $5,000 amount to get that going.
Any questions for HR? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Hi, Tanya.
Hello.
Again, the infinite wisdoms of the Board of Finance, $245 increase. I don't understand that. In the top regular wages.
Again, the regular wages, that the change was based on the newly negotiated contract, the general wage increases that are taking place. The members in my bargaining unit, the staff in my, are part of the bargaining unit that were 4 years in arrears. So that was a big jump.
$245?
I don't see that line, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Alderman Vitale, I can answer that question. I recommended that change, a correction, I should say, to the Finance Board because the Human Resources Assistant was moved out of the MEA, Milford Employee Association Union, into the Milford City Hall Union to be consistent with the other two employees in Human Resources.
So there was only a difference of $245?
That is correct.
And did I hear you, Tanya, indicate the fact that we're encouraging people to go into the human resource area, so we're paying a stipend to a seasonal temp? I don't understand that.
No. I said I put that new in my budget to try to recruit for a summer college intern, just as a way to promote and students going into the human resources field and to, especially in the public sector. But we certainly have many projects that we can have a college intern work with us.
That's very generous to kind of recruit and to encourage somebody to go into a field. So I can't understand it, but I don't know. Anyway, and the training that you explained was the $10,000 difference in training? Training line, you asked for 15, the mayor and the board of finance brought it to 5,000.
Correct.
So that's a difference of 10,000, so that's okay?
Initially, I only had $2,000, so any increase is I'm happy with. Certainly, we could use the funds to be able to provide the skills and the tools to our employees to be able to be efficient, skilled employees. But we had not had these services before. The IT manager, the pieces in terms of software skill set, through ARPA, and as many of you know, we were able to change the computer systems and everybody has laptops. They all came with the Microsoft suite. Some employees are not very versed in how to use Access, Excel, and so forth. We do have a system that, through our testing software, that we have rolled out to our staff to be able to be trained. But there's some other pieces of it, Teams and so forth, that we don't have specific training on. And so in speaking with the IT manager, he has suggested that we can centralize that type of training, go through my office, and be able to find facilitators that will be able to train the staff in utilizing the tools that we have provided them to be able to be more efficient. So he suggested that amount of $15,000. In negotiating with the mayor and speaking with him, he said, why don't we try at $5,000 and see how far that gets us, and then we can expand upon that.
Thank you.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, good evening, Tanya.
Good evening.
Tanya, the training, you mentioned staff, so essentially you're training people that have other positions in other departments?
Is our current employees that
Or-
utilize our computer, have computers. for
Right,
their work that
not
they-
just in your department?
Correct, it would be citywide, absolutely, yes.
Okay, and you've kind of always assisted with that? Or is this something new?
This is new, and we just rolled out with our testing software. We use a software called OPAC to test incoming candidates when they're testing for administrative positions and clerical type positions. That software also has a training tool that we have rolled out, and people have taken advantage. About 20% of our workforce signed up and are able to take Access, Excel, Word training. With the laptops that we rolled out, there are other systems like Teams and so forth that we were looking to try to bring in some facilitators to be able to train our staff to utilize those tools to be more efficient.
Is this mostly with new hires?
No, we would roll it out to all the employees that have computers and utilize that software.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Human Services? Alderman Brozier.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Chair. Tanya, I think this makes, and thank you for all you do, and paying interns and employee training makes complete sense. Kudos.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Any other questions? Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. Hi, Tanya.
Hello.
Can you explain how many people we have, or how many positions are empty or unfilled in the city at this point? Do you know?
If I recall most recently, the vacancy report, I believe there are about 50 or 54. We handle about 30 of those because police and fire do their own recruitment.
That's one question, and quick follow-up there, Mr. Chairman. You also handle all the insurance, the health insurance, and all that stuff comes through your department? Is that correct?
Yes.
What is that up to now in combination of both the city side and the Board of Ed side?
Well, that piece I actually defer to Peter. He has the full amount for both city and Board of Ed.
Can you share that with us, Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Gurman, we're projecting the amount for the city claims to be about 16.6 million, and the Board of Ed about 22 million for 24. And then of course, you're aware of the stop loss premium, that's 7 million for the city and Board of Ed.
So we're at 45 million?
If you add in the administrative fees of about 300,000 and the contributions, employer contributions for Board of Ed employees and city employees, the grand total is about 47.8 million as of now.
Holy cow. And you mentioned we have wellness programs, because obviously one of the biggest parts of keeping healthcare costs down, since we're self-insured, is keeping everybody healthy, so they're not running to the doctor constantly. You said you have programs that you guys are running, or things you're doing within the departments. Can you just share with us what those are?
Sure. We have our Wellness Center, which is a fitness center that we provide free of charge for employees to participate in. We do have after-work fitness classes, so we have instructors that come and provide classes. We do walking challenges. We've been doing lunch and learns, and try to promote other wellness. We send out newsletters from Anthem. We have set up some informational sessions for unions to be able to really understand their health plan and all of the services that are through them, and what preventative measures that they can take as well, and programs that they can participate through the plan in case if they have any chronic conditions or what have you, to able to mitigate those things.
Thank you.
Alderman Giannatasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tanya, you mentioned the vacancies that you handle. Since the mayor sent out the memo of the hiring freeze, how does that affect with, I know that we're always struggling to fill positions, to find qualified applicants. If someone has an application that's more or less ready to be, they're ready to be hired, and you get this memo, does that affect the ability to hire those people? Or if you're in the process of negotiating, is that becoming an issue? Are we losing people because of the hiring freeze? Are we losing applicants?
Well, I would say there were 2 positions in which we were in the middle or had extended offers, and just like the mayor did with police, we discussed it and we went ahead and brought those candidates in. One is a nurse that's going to be starting in a week. One was a clerk in the wastewater division. And I apologize, there's a 3rd position in the library. As Chris mentioned, there was a vacancy, and they're proceeding with the interviews, and then ultimately we'll be making a selection. The other positions that we had not extended offers are on hold right now until we hear otherwise.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mayor Blake. Mayor Blake, when can we anticipate the hiring freeze being lifted to fill some of these vacancies?
Mr. Chairman, through you, it was a spending controls memo that was drafted in partnership with our finance director, specifically to address some of the financial challenges that have recently been thrust. We do this regularly. Whenever we need to tap the brakes, we consult and do those things to make sure that we are in good financial shape for the remainder of the fiscal year. My guess is that the spending controls memo will be in place for the fiscal year. There were some unanticipated expenses that the city bore, specifically the amount that we had to pay as retroactive wages for some of the union contracts that have settled over the course of this present fiscal year that we're in, exceeded the amount that we anticipated. As you know, as part of the budget book, there is a salary reserve account, and we guess, it's an educated guess as to what we think the contracts are going to settle at, but it is only that. So the contracts that were ultimately enacted settled at an amount more than we had been guessing for the last 3 or so years. So there was additional expenses, and prudently the finance director came to me and asked that we implement certain things to, again, tap the brakes and make sure that we finish the fiscal year strong. One of those things is to make sure that for new hires that they are mission critical. So for the mission critical positions, or those positions that we have extended offers, we have authorized. It's not a total freeze. There are some exceptions. Again, in consultation with the department heads and the finance director, if a position is critical for the city, of course it will be filled.
Was some of the over expenditures due to the contracts with the retro pay? Was that part of the
So
increase?
yes, the contracts that settled contemplated an amount more than we had budgeted for. So just about every collective bargaining agreement, we have 9 in the city, and within the last fiscal year, the majority of those settled this year, and we had to pay retro on several of them, or on all of those ones that settled.
Thank you.
Any more additional questions for Human Services? Alderman Beatty.
Thank you, through you, Chairperson Vitro. I wasn't going to bring it up because it's the end of the evening and it seems complicated, and I do not have the vacancy report that you so kindly sent to me about the vacancies that I was interested in Public Works before me. But as long as it's been brought up with the, when we approved in special session the contracts, there wasn't any indication that that would put us beyond a parameter where then we would have to have fiscal control. So on April 4th, the memo went out April 3rd to the unit heads and a copy to our leadership, but we have not, as aldermen, received that. The only reason I know that there are spending controls is because someone from the Board of Ed who received it through the superintendent told me and asked how that would affect the discussions. So I wonder if we should not have been privy to some indication of what the parameters are when spending controls are coming forward, so that when we start the budget process, that letter went out the night we got our budget books that we were then going to consider. So it seems to be critical information that we don't have as alders. Now, it didn't come through my city account yet, an email from either our majority leader or the chairperson, the copy of that spending control. So actually, technically, this Board of Aldermen doesn't know that there is a spending control or that it affects hiring or vacancies in the questions we're asking now. And I really do think if we don't do anything else in this 2023 budget session, is we improve the communication about those things so that we can make the good decisions. So I do have questions about how, I asked the police chief, how the spending control issue is affects the hires that are in each individual department. His answer was, if you remember, well, the mayor called me and told me it was coming ahead. Did all department heads get a call for their opening positions, or were those just mission critical? It was police or fire. But as the vice chair of the Public Works and the rest of the liaisons to the commissions, we don't have the information we need. And I don't know why that is so. We could be helpful. We're on the side of fiscal responsibility with a great track record and support of the administration. So that's my speech about, and I hope all of my colleagues on the Board of Alders, Republicans and Democrats, share some concern about that. We still have not been notified that there is a wage control, a control of requisitions, which I understand means requisitions for now, for people to do the jobs in their units. And then also it doesn't support what you gave me, which was the current data on the vacancies. The question, why are there vacancies? Well, for a while it was because you didn't have the personnel to do the advertisement. For a while it was we didn't have the computer software. For a while it was that the mayor wasn't signing them because of some problems with unit heads. And now it's because there's a wage control. So should we be asking whether positions get filled after we legislatively approve them and the money is allocated for them? What's the story, fellow colleagues? Thank you.
Any more questions for Human Services?
That needs some answer and discussion, Chairperson Vito, respectively, not just...
I don't have an answer for that. I don't even know what you're talking about. Justin sent out an email letting everybody know, including the department heads.
We did not get an email from Justin.
You didn't get it. Did anybody else get it? I got it.
You got it as the chair of the Aldermen, and maybe it would be shared with us. That's the...
I assume all the aldermen, not just me.
didn't say it was purposeful.
Mr. Chairman, through you, it appears that everybody has seen it because I think every single alder person tonight has brought up the issue, but I'm happy to send out an additional copy to each of the alder persons. Again, I know that everybody
It's not an additional copy. Pardon me, it's not an additional copy. We didn't get it in the first place. We weren't on the distribution list, the Board of Alders. So the question is, how do we get it? And Chairperson Vitro didn't deliberately held it up. He just didn't know, I guess, that we didn't get it. Went to the union heads and to the chair and to the majority leader. And then that's how we would know. The point is, there wasn't a hint in the air. The grand list is robust. There's a reserve. The mill rate is flat. The taxes are flat. There wasn't a hint in the air that this year we were approaching that night, the budget book, with even increasing restricting parameters. And we didn't have that information. You have to concede this.
And Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Beatty, this is something that happens on a very regular basis, maybe not every year, but probably every other year. It's administrative in nature. It's something that is a recommendation. It came from our finance director. It is something that we do to stay prudent, to make sure that the books are well managed. This is something that happens at the administrative level for the good of the city. It's a very similar memo that I know that when I was the chair or on the Board of Aldermen, I remember the former mayor sending these exact same memos to the exact same group of...
you got it as an alder. We
well,
didn't.
I was the chair of the Board of Aldermen too. And that is the way you do it. You have to send it to the chair of the finance department, or the chair of the finance commission, the chair of the Board of Aldermen, the Board of Education folks, and some of the agency and department, and the agency and department heads, and that's the standard for each of these department memos. And I can tell because my computer system goes all the way back to at least Fred Listman, and it's the same memo or a very similar memo that goes out each of those times. I can't communicate with each of you because that's a FOI violation, but...
Wait a second, don't insult me. There wasn't a year that we started the budget process where we had 500 community activists in front of us having problems with the budget. It's a little unusual. I've gotten it other years when the chair of this body sent us a copy. That hasn't happened in a lot of years, I think since we used the electronic only account, and we're not using that so actively. So we didn't get it. So this year is different, even though we have gotten that before. This year it matters. This year there are people asking and demanding answers. And if it's a parameter that our chief fiscal officer says we should pay attention to because we have news that things should be more restrictive, we should have an adult discussion about that and say that. I wish somebody else would have something to say about this.
I will.
Alderman Parente.
Thank you so much, through you, Chairman. I think what Alderman Beatty is communicating is important for us to think about, just that I was reading through the prepared audit, and it talks about that we are the highest ranking decision-making body in the city. And so I think we do just need to make sure we have the tools and good communication so that we don't find out after we leave and on an evening when we do receive our budget book that there is a freeze, and we only learn it through the community rather than through official channels. So hopefully we can just improve upon that going forward. Thank you.
Is there any more questions for Human Resources? Seeing none, thank you, Tanya, for answering all our questions.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
The next department coming before us is the Department of Permitting and Land Use. Joe Griffith. Good evening, Joe.
Good evening. My name is Joe Griffith. I'm the Director of Permitting and Land Use. Permitting and Land Use oversees and coordinates the efforts of the offices of the Building Department, Zoning, Planning Office, and Inland Wetlands, as well as the Zoning Board of Appeals. Essentially, all permits are coming through our office. The coming year's DPLU budget is proposed at $1,192,000. It's approximately a $90,000 increase over last year's budget, and that's again caused by the increase in wages and benefits. As with last year, we continue to have a vacancy in the building department for a building inspector, and while the salary offered for the building inspector position has increased this year, and we have had several inquiries and applications, we've yet to fill this position with a qualified inspector. We continue to implement our permitting software and increase our use of technology, online inspections, as well as online permitting applications, and including in the coming year's budget are replacements for our mobile tablets, which are being utilized by all field inspectors, not just building, but also zoning and wetlands. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board might have regarding our budget or our operations.
Any questions for the Department of Permitting and Land Use? Alderman Grumman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Joe.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for hanging out so late. I guess you don't have much choice. What's position is unfilled, you said, inspector or?
Yes, it's a building inspector. It's been vacant for, I think, 3 years now.
2 years? 2 or 3. And you're still getting stuff done? 3? 2 years.
There's been a couple of different shifts, so I think that the position has still been vacant, yeah. And yes, we are keeping up with our workload.
Mr. Chairman, through you to get a little perspective, the state has not offered the test for building inspector in several years, is my understanding. They're offering it this July.
Correct.
And they're going to have the first class, so there is a statewide dearth of building inspectors. One of the reasons why it's harder to fill that position.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you, Joe. But, Mr. Mayor, so they're not giving a test, that doesn't mean we can't hire an existing inspector, right?
Just, if I may, just as with Milford, we have retires, we have people passing away, and so I think the problem is on a statewide basis, we're just not getting the backfill, we're not getting the new inspectors to fill these positions.
Right, but if we advertise a position, an existing somebody, I mean, we're paying better than another city or another municipality, they're probably going to take the job or something like that. So the excuse of not giving a test is for a newbie, not for an existing inspector in some other municipality. We can still advertise and get that individual, right?
Yes, although, to the mayor's point, an applicant, 2 of the applicants that we have talked to did not pursue them, but they were in a position where they were currently taking the exams, they were and waiting to take the building officials.
But that's happenstance. But there are existing inspectors that would be qualified to work in Milford without taking the exam because they've already been certified or whatever that process is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Joe. Joe, I just want to work backwards a little bit. I recall when you were here last time, you were looking for an additional building inspector. Is that correct? Or it didn't make it to this level?
No, I don't think it made it into the budget application at all.
Okay, but you needed an additional one. But now you've lost one and you're down to one, is that right?
No, not at all. And I believe last year or the last 2 years, we've had that vacant position, that vacant building official position. So right now we're staffed with I'm the city building official, we have the chief building inspector, and then we have 2 other building inspectors. Recently, I say recently, 2 years ago, a building inspector retired, and that's the current void.
Okay, and were you at that time able to hire somebody, or?
No, that position has remained unfilled.
It's been this long?
Yes.
So, and that's because you hadn't had any applicants through that period of time to fill that position?
Initially, earlier on a year ago, we had very few, I'll say no applicants, no qualified applicants. More recently, and as I said, the building inspectors all have an increase in pay, so we are a more attractive position. And so, yes, we've had the inquiries, but no, we have got no one to fill the position right now.
Do you reach out to outside vendors that are capable of conducting inspections?
No. And again, you mean private consultants?
Well, private licensed, companies that maybe can come in and, get you caught up if you were behind.
We are keeping up with our workload right now. I'll be honest, the concern is that the permits are coming in at varying rates. I mean, literally, like on a weekly basis, we were seeing increases and decreases in volumes. We're trying to process those permits in a uniform way. And obviously, once we process and issue those permits, the inspections are coming, and we have to respond to those. We are able to keep up with those inspections. My concern is that as our 3 building inspectors that are going out daily are put in this position to maintain a certain pace and a certain schedule, I don't want to see them make mistakes. And I think that's where the real pressure is on everyone right now, is to make sure that as we maintain our procedures, that we are able to do it professionally and without causing any mistakes. So, but to answer your question, we are able to keep up with the workload right now.
But you were actively looking, but once again, getting back to the hiring freeze, now that isn't possible, and I understand the mayor conveniently made the point that they're not having the test, but you can't accept any applications now anyways. Is that accurate?
No, we will accept applications. Again, I think the point is if we find a qualified candidate, we'll be reviewing it with the mayor and the finances.
So if you're accepting an application and somebody's qualified and they're licensed, would this be the exception to the rule, Mayor Blake? Would you let him hire a building inspector?
Again, if there's a mission-critical employee that needs to be hired, we would do that. Again, it's my understanding that they're not going to even have the test for this state building license until the summer, so.
Well, there might be someone out there that already has the license. So you'd be open to hiring somebody if that person walked through the door?
We would have to have that discussion, yes.
See that? That's not a yes. It sounds like a no to me, but thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Alderman Brozier.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Joe, thank you for all your great work. Question here when it comes to the general fund revenue piece and public safety revenue specifically, there's a $1.4 million projection for revenue here. Or 1.55 as it relates to what's up for alderman approval. Is there a correlation here between would that revenue increase if we had the additional inspector, or is that static?
No, it's not going to increase. We're going to take in the number of applications based on the economy, based on the market, what have you.
Okay.
We will, and again, as I said, the challenge is to make sure that as we bring in these permits, as we're issuing the permits, and obviously following up with the inspections and the certificates of occupancy, that we are doing it correctly.
Hey, I'm sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, Mayor, sorry, I just couldn't hear him. Joe, do you mind repeating that? I couldn't hear what your response was there.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It was multiple discussions.
So the number of permits, the rate at which the permits and applications and permits coming in, and therefore the fee revenue that we're generating, that is completely independent of our staffing, frankly.
Okay.
So it's going to come in like it or not.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much, Joe.
Yeah, so it sounds to me, whether you have a new building inspector or not, that currently with the staff you have, you're able to meet the workload. Is that correct?
Yes. As the work comes in, I will put aside some of the other responsibilities that I have, and I will do plan reviews, or I will do inspections as necessary. So I'm, as chief building official, as a licensed building inspector, I'm able to backfill. I haven't had to do much of that. The three other inspectors are able to keep up.
All right, so the permitting process is not being slowed down, it's not being delayed, service is being rendered as it is needed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just as a follow-up to that question, when I came in as mayor, I'd say 9 out of 10 complaints that landed on my desk every day were about how slow our building department was doing inspections and issuing permits. Joe, I cannot remember, since you've really come on board, and this is a compliment, the last time that I have received a complaint since you become the building official that our permitting system is in any way, shape, or form slow. I just haven't gotten any of those complaints in the last 7-8 years. And again, it's a compliment to the way you and the staff of the DPLU manage themselves and manage the business that comes through your office.
Thank you.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Mayor Blake. I am a builder, and I've oftentimes long time ago, used to criticize the methods that the building department had, but since Joe has taken over, I don't see any lines anymore. It's very efficient. You both your office staff and your field staff working very, very, very well. I don't see it, and nobody's complaining to me, and that's usually what they do. They think they can bypass you by going to me. I said, you got the wrong guy. But thank you very much for keeping the building department the way it's going forward.
Thank you. We really have a good team right now.
It's definitely a team effort. Alderman Archeolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I just had a quick question. This comes to mind whenever I see an open, already budgeted position that's been vacant for an extended period of time. And to Alderman Vitale's point about an already certified and already vetted and qualified candidate, like for an inspector who's already taken the test, potentially being available, how are positions like this advertised, or how is somebody who might be interested in the job made aware of this vacancy?
The best, we'll go ahead and say the only way that we are distributing these notices are through the state office of the state building inspector. They have a listserv that goes out to every licensed building inspector of any vacancy or any opening in any municipality in Connecticut, and that seems to be the best way to get the word out. I mean, obviously, the Human Resources website has the notices regularly, but we are on a regular basis sending out these notices to the office of the state building inspector.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, Joe. Joe, just for myself, just for clarity, so you have the chief building inspector, you have
a building inspector A, you have 2 building inspector A's right now, or just 1? I'm just trying to figure this out.
I am the city building official.
Right.
Charlie Carell is the chief building inspector, and he is charged with managing the other 2 building inspectors. So Charlie and the 2 other building inspectors, Ray and Lou, are doing the day-to-day operations.
Right,
the
so
plan
you
reviews,
have, right now, you have 4 building inspectors, right? If we look at it that way.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm confused, I guess. We're talking about that one retired, or you're missing one, or I'm confused here.
I believe the vacancy occurred when one of our building officials passed away.
Okay.
We then had we filled the vacancy, and then shortly thereafter, another building inspector retired.
So that position is not listed here. That's where I'm getting confused.
You mean within the budget?
Yes.
I think it's listed as plan review building inspector.
Okay, all right, that's where I was getting confused with this. So that position, we don't have a plan review inspector right now?
As I said, it's listed as a plan review building inspector. We are advertising for a building inspector.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Joe, you indicated that the 3 building inspectors you have now pretty much have a full day of inspections.
Correct. Well, of responsibilities, yes.
Of responsibilities, along with inspections.
Yes.
And you mentioned that it's critical that these guys don't make a mistake.
Yes.
Because of the workload, right?
Yes.
So we know that you're getting it done, but we certainly don't want a mistake, because that could relate to somebody getting injured, could be a safety hazard, right?
Yes.
So, you know, I share that same concern with you. I really do. That's, you know, I think that we need to work towards filling this vacancy to mitigate that risk. So, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions regarding, excuse me, Alderman Pacelli?
Thank you, Chairman, through you to Joe. Thank you for being here tonight. So, but I think, again, I feel as though there might be either a misunderstanding or a discussion going on here that's not exactly in line with what's in this budget. This budget does have a placeholder for the position that you would like to see filled at some point. And what I've heard is that there's been some difficulty in obtaining qualified candidates, and the qualified candidates that you have now still haven't had an opportunity to take a test, therefore they're not eligible to be hired for that position at this point. With that being said, I think, again, correct me if I'm wrong, you are in fact looking to fill the position and have done what you could to get to the point where you have candidates, and now we're waiting on a test. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Because I feel as though we may have missed that point. Thank you very much.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, Joe, through you, we have a human resources. Do you coordinate with human resources to find and to search for someone for this position? Or is it up to you to advertise, to get out and trying to find a candidate?
No, the human resources is the primary point of contact. So human resources on their website is advertising. They're putting the notice out.
So human resources is searching at this point.
Human resources doing the search, and as candidates come in, they'll immediately contact me, and I'll be reviewing those candidates.
Thank you.
Any more questions for land and permitting land use? I guess not, Joe. Thank you very much. Thanks
for your time.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for answering all our questions. The Next department under our is Community Development, page 30, Julie Nash. Good evening, Julie Nash.
Good evening, Chairman Vitro. I'm going to have to say that I guess we saved the best for last.
How's it feel to be almost last?
Almost? Okay, yeah. Let's wrap it up. My budget this year is flat. I have no requested increases. We continue to build and expand our business growth in the city year over year. I'm proud of the work that we continue to do. This year we're undertaking an economic development strategic plan in light of our post-COVID issues. So that's going to be a year-long process with deliverables due in the fall. Hopefully you'll be able to join us as we move through the charrette process, but it's going to be a great roadmap for us to use as we move forward over the next several years.
Very nice. Anybody have any questions for community development? Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Hi, Julie. Thanks for hanging out so long as well. Can you just kind of expand on the business climate in Milford and maybe touch on vacancy rates and stuff? Because we have assessments that come through us a lot, and sometimes they're not very pretty. And
sure.
So it's not painting a good picture for commercial stuff. I know residential is much better, but commercial, I have questions. So thank you.
Sure. So our commercial and industrial spaces are filled. I mean, if I get a business in, and that's probably one of the most difficult parts of my job is when I do get a business in and they need a specific space, and our warehouse space is what people are after right now, and we're very filled on that aspect. Office is our biggest right now. It's about 17%, which is very high, but again, that's a national trend. This is something that's going across the globe. People are working differently, and all indications show that is just not going to change. So we need to figure out a way to kind of retrofit our office spaces and be innovative and how we move forward with our spaces. But it's cyclical, and we're at the end of that cycle right now. So I think people expected this to happen, and the work from home started before COVID, and it just kind of accelerated that. So our office space is our biggest issue. Again, why I'm so happy to be doing the strategic plan that we're doing now, because that is going to be a big focus of this plan. What do we do with these spaces? Part of one of the projects we just completed as well was a real estate audit, and we did not have any spreadsheet, if you will, of all of our spaces. So we worked with Goldman New York, who's the same company that we're working with right now in our strategic plan, and literally knocked on every single commercial and industrial space in the entire city of Milford. So if you need to know what a 750 square foot place in this specific area, we can just pull that up, which is really helpful to us when we're doing retention and expansion as well. So I'd say from a business growth standpoint and the vacancies, that's where we are. Industrial and commercial is good. Retail is good. Office is the worst. But again, we're gonna work through that with this group and try and find some solutions to make that work. I know across the country there's different trends, and people are taking office spaces and making them live-work spaces, which you can see there's an example of that happening at 4 Oxford Road, which is a very European style of working. So we can look at that and see how that works, and that might be a solution that we can use for some of these office parks, but we'll work through the process and get a good plan in place so we don't jump into anything that we don't see can last long-term. As far as business growth, we continue year over year. This year, we're at, 2022, we're at 694, 2021, 677, 2020, 473, and as of January of 23, we had 70. So those are the new business starts. That is the benchmark that municipalities use to see how we're growing our business base. And that could be LLCs, it could be new employees, it could be a company now paying taxes that wasn't paying taxes prior. It does not include general and sole proprietorship, so that number
we think is much higher, but is a number that we use with our, the state uses as our benchmark when we look at other municipalities and how we're kind of stacking up and how we're doing. So I'd say in that sense, from a business growth standpoint, we certainly are, every year, we just continue to grow that. So out of those two things, I say office is probably our biggest issue. From a housing standpoint, that's very interesting what's happening right now too across the country. There was a mad dash, and you saw it here in Milford, and folks come to Milford because it's such a great city and our transit's great and there's sewers, and everyone's done an amazing job to make this a great place, so this is where people come. But it's starting to flatten now. Housing units are starting to flatten. Our housing permit numbers for January and February of 2023 is at 29, which is much lower than previous years, so you can kind of feel and see that happening now. There's actually no real saturation point for apartments. I've done the research, and when we were doing the moratorium for self-storage, it was very easy to find a saturation point for self-storage and kind of present that case to planning and zoning in order to put that moratorium in place, but it's really difficult to come up with a housing saturation point, whether it's single family or multifamily. The housing community feels that there is no saturation point, that there's never going to be enough housing, so it's a difficult number to come up with, so we kind of look at the market. Now we're watching the market kind of flattening right now, so we can just react how the market is reacting.
Thank you.
Yes, I was waiting for him to get done, Alderman Willis. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you through you, Mr. Chairman, to Julie. I just want to say thank you for everything you do for the city. It's well appreciated.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Alderman Vitale?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Hi, Jill. Thanks for staying up. Breakfast is being served in the other room in a couple of minutes. I know you have the data.
Yes.
You know what's going on in the city.
Yes.
You're saying that retail space is not the way to go. It's not happening. So the process, what happens? I own space. Do I come to you and say, hey, look, we can offer an incentivizing program to say, let's get people in. Do you advertise? What goes on in that realm of trying to get the vacancies filled within the city in that area?
So you're saying an owner wants me to help them fill a retail space? That's an example? Yeah. So in that scenario, I mean, I get businesses, that's a lot of what I do all day is talking to businesses about wanting to come to Milford and locating a space, or they're having trouble attracting customers, and that was a lot through COVID, and we would talk through, well, there's a lot of different resources that we work with, like Connecticut SBDC. They'll come in sometimes and help assist with whatever problems that they're having, and we can sit down and kind of identify. A lot of times, the first thing businesses want is grants, and when we sit down and we run the financials and we look at the marketing, we realize it's not really about money, it's just about tweaking maybe an employee or marketing, and that's really a lot happened during COVID. And some of our businesses downtown, they had their best year during COVID, which is shocking, these retail businesses, and the reason why they did it is because they went online and they were doing the Facebook Lives and things like that. So when a business comes to me and says, I need help, this is a problem, we kind of just go through everything and figure it out. When it comes from a vacancy standpoint, business attraction is so much harder than business retention. So, I mean, I have a million emails of, reaching out to Sweet Green in New York City. Hey, we have this great place in New York City. I'm sorry, in Milford, Connecticut. We'd love to have you here. And you don't hear boo from them. It's a lot easier to call, a local, unique grocery store and say, hey, we're going to have this, like the downtown space, hey, we're going to have this space come up. Is this something you'd be interested in? That becomes a little bit easier than these larger kind of, conglomerates. So it's a process. It depends.
It's good to know. And you're not the realtor, but you advocate for that individual. The other couple of things is, I don't know if the question would be to you or whomever, what's happening with the parcel of land, the TOD, Transit-Oriented District with Smith Building. Is that going on? That's number one. Number two, the Genesis and what's going on? That can't all be for a park. That's not at all a car dealership. What else is going in there? Because we never seem to be caught up on a lot of these kinds of things either, as far as communication is what's going on in the city with building and what's intended.
Yeah, and you're welcome to come to our economic development meetings. They're sometimes on Zoom or sometime in person, and they're noon at lunch, and I welcome you to come every month if you want to, and kind of hear what's going on, or I'm happy to give you our EDC activity report that I do there each month just to kind of update everybody on what's happening. But Genesis, yes, it is just Genesis. That's just Genesis. They're talking about potentially in where the restaurant was, that maybe putting like, they're not sure yet. Yeah.
And what about the downtown area? What Bob Smith, what's holding that up? When is that ready to go?
That, the city attorney and I had a conversation about that today. It's going. It's going. I think for a very long time, the problem was working through an easement issue with Department of Transportation, and when that was not going to be resolved, there was a minor alteration of the plan, so did not necessitate that easement any longer. So now we're at the end. It's just getting these very loose ends. Bob and I talked last week about some potential grocers that I had made communications with and conversations with, and he's reaching out to them. So we're definitely at the point now where 2 years ago when I was talking to these grocers and they wanted leases and square feet and all this, we weren't there. We're at that point now. So I anticipate shovel in the ground very shortly. It's gone through the process in planning and zoning. I think we're going to see some action very, very soon.
And that Kmart site, what's going there?
That is also going to be multi-unit. So that's, again, just going through the process and, yeah.
A lot of processing.
But yeah, well, it's a lot of process.
It's like a food processor.
But again, the housing market is starting to flatten. So I think that we are going to see a dip in the multi-family and actually housing permits in general. So, welcome.
Any more questions for community development? Alderman Archiolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Hi, Julie. I just had a question. It's more for my own curiosity. I've been downtown. My family's been downtown my entire life, and I've seen the downtown landscape change quite a bit. And in my entire memory, I can't name a major chain being downtown ever.
Right.
And I'm wondering, is there specific, and you know, this is just maybe naivete on my part, but is there specific legislation that prevents that, or is it just it naturally evolved to be like a harbor for small business?
So no, there's no specific legislation that prohibits that. The reason why is if you kind of do, when major conglomerates, like I said, they have their own retail people and their own site selectors, and they have a formula. So they have a radius, and there has to be a certain amount of feet in that radius in order for them to consider. So some would be 17,000 feet, and that would just be people walking around, and you know, they come up with those numbers. So our radius downtown, half of it is water. So we're missing that. We have the feet here, but we don't have the feet here. So we automatically we just don't meet the feet needs of these major conglomerates. Maybe that changes.
So we're just lucky like that?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's like, do you want to throw the harbor away? Not so much. So, you know, we're lucky that we have the harbor. I personally love the more unique niche businesses of downtowns rather than the big ones anyway. So I'm
not looking for a Banana Republic downtown or anything.
I'm happy the way it is. I know some people want a Banana Republic downtown, but you never know. I mean, things change all the time. Retail's constantly changing, and people still prefer to shop in stores. The numbers are there. Yes, they're higher, of course, and people shop online more than ever before, but the preference is still in-person shopping.
You know, I look at cities like Fairfield, and structurally, their downtown looks similar to ours.
Yes.
but there are no local shops. It's Victoria's Secret, it's Banana Republic, it's Lululemon, it's not. So don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful that our downtown looks and functions the way it does. I just was always curious why it seemed to always gravitate toward small business. So,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep, that's why, sure.
Any more questions for community development? Alderman Brozier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Julian and the mayor, I mean, kudos to how great of a job you've done just overall, and especially getting through the pandemic and continue to do. Quick question, and I'm not sure if this should go to you or the mayor or both. I know at one point there was talk about the Devon transfer station becoming a hub because it could peel off into the Waterbury line or Danbury line, is it?
Oh, the train, yeah.
Is that totally gone to the wayside? And I say it in the spirit of, it seems like it was in part to
It was a
become.
switch for a bit because there was the line capabilities weren't there and there was construction going on, but as far as I know, unless you knew something different, there's no plans to build another train station at that.
Okay, it just died.
There is still a platform in Devon, and it is still used to switch trains, not that often, but every once in a while, they do have folks switching trains up to the Waterbury line.
Okay, got it. But no longer conversations about it becoming more of a hub?
Not a robust hub.
Okay, got it. Good.
And speaking of the train, we do work obviously in transportation quite a bit, and that's kind of a problem in what Connecticut right now. Adding more lines and more train stations is probably not what we want to do because we're trying to shave the 8 minutes off so we can get more people moving into our areas. The more train stations we add, the more time it adds, and then we become a less desirable place to, suburb out of New York City, so.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sure.
Any more questions for community development? Alderman Parenti.
Thank you, Chairman, through you. Hi. Are the terms economic development and community development interchangeable?
I guess it depends on where you are, but
Yeah.
here in economic development and community development, the community development aspect is the community development block grant that runs out of my office that Sheila Dravis runs. So it's economic development and then it's a community development block grant. I imagine maybe some communities would use community development as an overall and
Gotcha, okay. I've just heard the two terms. I know at the state level, they seem to refer to economic development, but how are we perceived in terms of how we're positioned as a municipality with our growth and with the attraction we have to New York, it seems like, and what the demands are now for our community, because it seems like an exciting time. I just want to credit you too for the work you've done with that and with Athletic Brewery coming here. I think that you were a part of that process, so it seems like great times for our community, but any comment you have would be great about that.
Yeah, no, we're in a great place, and I see a very bright future continue for Milford. I mean, we're very desirable. We are very lucky just by having a train station right in our downtown, having these beautiful beaches, and then having, I always say when I talk to people out in the community, it's interesting because I'll have my colleagues call me and say, well, how do you have such a great relationship with your downtown businesses? And that always kind of just shocks me because I don't, it's just being part of the community, and that's just our community. So people are very envious of what we have, and we've always been that way. We just have this great relationships. We work as a team. I was on a call with the chamber earlier today in the Milford Hospital, and we were talking about strategy and things and what's happening, and that's how we work here, and I think that's what makes us such a popular community. You can feel that the minute you get here, and Michael Moses, our new chamber director, actually said that. One of the first things he said, he was shocked how we all got along so well because he had just not seen that in other communities. So you take it for granted until you start hearing it, but we've done a really good job in that sense. My biggest fear, I'm sure the mayor's too, over the last few years was, are we going to have an end user for Subway? And we do. It's not a public announcement yet, but it's going to be very exciting, and I'm just really thrilled that we're going to fill that space, and we're not going to have that be lost on our grand list as well. So that's going to be exciting news. I'm sure that'll be coming out shortly.
Any more questions for community development? Alderman Moffett.
I just sometimes wonder how we became the hub for storage facilities and car dealerships. I was wondering if there are specific types of businesses that you're actively pursuing, or you just welcome anybody who comes?
That's a good question. No. So I did propose the self-storage moratorium because it was becoming, they were using such valuable land, and there's just no real value to us. There's no job creation, it's an empty building, so just, moving that moratorium forward was certainly a reaction to what was happening here, and I think we're all, Joe and I meet regularly as well, and, kind of look at the businesses that come in and how we can, make sure that our zoning is in line with where we want and what we want to happen. Like I said, attraction is probably the hardest part of the job, because you're calling some random place saying, hey, come to Milford, I have this place. It's much easier for like the very small businesses, but those larger businesses, they have site selectors and things and they run these algorithms that they find their spaces and that's it. I mean, sometimes you don't even, they will just bypass me, and I'll find out because Joe and I implemented a one-stop shop meeting right when we both started, so we can make sure that we were both on the same page and have these unofficial meetings before you got to planning and zoning, which made the process so much easier and took a lot of that red tape out. So that's ways we work together, that we can make sure that the businesses coming in are reflective of what we want.
And one more question. We've lost a lot of businesses to Shelton over the last few years, and the only difference that I can see between them and us is that they have tall buildings and we really don't. If we were to change the zoning laws to allow larger buildings, would that help us keep businesses, or not really a factor?
No, it has nothing to do with height, but we have made some zoning changes recently. For instance, 440 Wheelers Farm Road, they made an incredible investment in that property. So we worked with the ownership there, Greg Shaughnessy, in our planning and zoning department to change the zoning there, because at the time, so what they want to do is make that more of a work and play facility. They didn't have the zoning to allow to do it before, so they're putting in an F45, which is a boutique fitness place. At the time, when they first started proposing this, our zoning in that area would only allow the employees of that facility to use the gym. You couldn't open it up to public. You couldn't have restaurants come in, you couldn't have anything come in. So it kind of defeated the purpose of having this great boutique gym. We wanted to get the folks in the neighborhood to come, so we went to planning and zoning. We changed the zoning there to now allow for this F45 boutique fitness gym to go in, where Shelton can do that already. So we are making changes to make sure that our facilities are keeping up with what we need to do, and it's every single day there's a new change in what people want and want to see. But yeah, we're definitely actively changing our zoning if we need to accommodate this new way of working.
Any more questions for community development? Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Good evening, Julie. Julie, can you give us an update on the mall? Do you know anything that's going on over there, or what you think may work over there in the future? Because I know that there was, an application, or there were some renderings of possibly putting some apartments, mixed use.
Yeah.
I'd just like to get some, if you can share some of your thoughts.
Well, the application was denied a couple times in planning and zoning, and my feelings of watching what happened, that they did not feel that their proposal was a proposal that was robust enough to accommodate 300 apartments, and I've certainly worked with them in the back end and trying to assist them and maybe finding some opportunities. We've met with Yale, we've met with numerous state agencies, and we've met with the biotech industry. We've met with all sorts of different industries to kind of help them get to a place that the planning and zoning might find it more attractive. I think it could potentially come back in a place that they find more attractive. I don't know, what they're going to do or what, but I think that the 300 apartments probably is just a little bit too much without anything to really lend itself. I mean, to me, I want the 300 people or 600 people that end up living there. To me, it makes sense that they're going to be working there, right? So if there's a university hub there, or then there's a biotech lab, and they're walking across the street, and there's like that bridge between the apartments and the working situations, and they're eating at night. I mean, that to me makes sense, and I just don't think it's robust enough, and that's kind of what I felt from the planning and zoning and the information I've given them, and they haven't come back with anything that's met the needs. If they do, they might, I'm sure they might put it in again and get them to take it up again, but I'm not sure if they're going to or not. We haven't had any discussions in a few months. The last discussion was really just about making a little bit a more robust plan to make the bridge between the apartments and some sort of working space as well.
Thank you, Julie.
Welcome.
Any more questions for community development? Seeing none, thank you, Julie.
Thank you. Good night.
Have a good night.
You too.
Next item on the agenda is the public debt service. Anybody have any questions pertaining to the public debt service? Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to, I guess, Peter. Can you just give us a rundown on the balances of the general fund, the sewer fund, and the clean water fund?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Gurman, can you please clarify what balances in what account?
What's the total bond amount for those
Yes.
each categories?
The total bond amount that we ended in the last audit was about 183 million in bond principal. But keep in mind that includes the clean water fund loans, which were about 20 million of that is for the clean water loans that were refunded and converted to bonds.
And the sewer bond, is that separate or is that in there as well?
That total of 183 million, that includes the clean water fund loans, and that includes the general bonds for public improvements, for sewer, and for schools. It's all together.
Oh, schools as well.
Alderman Casey.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Peter. The bond rates are going up currently, or because of the interest rates are going up?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, the bond rates have gone up to a certain extent. The increase that seems more pronounced are the interest rates for the short-term notes, the bond anticipation notes. Those were, close to zero not too long ago, and now the rates on those are approaching close to what the bonds are. So I think the last sale, the rate on the short-term notes was upwards of little over 3%, which is close to the bonds. So that increase, it was significant.
So borrowing money as a city short term would be more expensive in the short term at least, right?
Yes, for those short-term notes, the interest cost is higher, yes, because of the current market.
What, you know, you don't have a crystal ball, but what's the long-term, you know, year or two, 3 years out to, it's a coming a problem, or maybe, you don't know right now, because to say
Correct. It's difficult to predict where it will go especially in the short term. I don't anticipate a change in the next year or so, but for the long term, once the Federal Reserve starts to change direction and lower interest rates, and the municipal bond market, for lack of a better word, stabilizes to the conditions to where it was previously, then we might see a downward trend.
But we might not, I guess.
In the current budget, no, I don't anticipate that, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Any more questions pertaining to public debt service? Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is the employee benefits. Anybody have any questions pertaining to employee benefits? Seeing none, the next item on the agenda would be insurance and bonds. Anybody have any questions concerning insurance and bonds? Seeing none, next item would be the claims and refunds. Anyone having any questions regarding claims and refunds? Seeing none, next item, it would be the benefit and salary reserve. Does anybody have any questions pertaining to benefit and salary reserve? Seeing none, next item would be private school textbook. Anybody having any questions pertaining to private school textbook? Seeing none, next item on the agenda is education audit fees. Anybody having any questions pertaining to education audit fees? Seeing none, next item would be school debt. Anybody having any questions for school debt? Seeing none, move on to employee benefits, non-teaching. Anyone having any questions concerning employee benefits, non-teaching? Seeing none, the next item and the last item would be education, health insurance contribution. Does anyone have any questions pertaining to education, health insurance contribution? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to recess until Tuesday, April 25th, 2023.
Before, can I just give a little shout out to Tony Weeks for sticking with us this late tonight?
Second the motion.
Motion has been made and seconded to recess until Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. All in favor? Opposed? We're in recess. Thank you, everyone.